and it says I am live. Don't know whether that's right, but it says I'm live. So let's just go make sure I am. Let's see what it says. Yeah, it does. So it's working. So see, for some reason it doesn't let me do all this before I go live. I've got to wait until I've actually gone live to do this bit, and I don't like it because, well, it's not that I don't like it. It's I haven't missed anywhere. I don't think I've missed anywhere. Oh, wait a minute. Here we have that one finally. And sorry about this. I know it does take me a second to actually get through it all once I've finally gone and done all this. So copy that. On there, and then if I drop that in there instead, that should be good. All right, minimize that. I've just got a mess out of the table, haven't I? Yeah, I know you can see the camera that I'm using. I know. I'm sorry about that, but I need room, and I do need room because I've got not everything in shot. Wow, this is just not working. See, this is what happens if you don't do it constantly. You just lose track of everything and how to do it. Yay. Okay, so. Oh, wait a minute, I have 2 viewers. I'm not watching myself anymore. I don't know who the second viewer is now. I know who one of them is, and it is a moderator, so behave yourselves. They will boot you under my direction. And I've got no viewers now. I was only joking, you know. Jeez, I thought some of these people might have actually got my sense of humor by now. Apparently not. All right, shake paints. Always shake your paints. All right, what I've done is from the last video, I was putting all these little scouty dudes together. Since then, I have removed the majority of the paint off the ones that needed scrubbing, like all the metal ones that I didn't do. But there was a couple that didn't make it, so I've had to cobble some together out of some spare pieces, and I've managed to build myself back up to the 35 scout mark. The only problem is they didn't quite get covered properly or fully when I undercoated them. And if I was to go back and redo it now, it would just make it far too thick in paint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat. I'm going to get the black contrast paint. I'm just going to give them all a quick dab over with quite a large brush and pretty much base coat them with this to just cover up all the little gaps. Now, if I don't know if you can see it, there's a little bit of blue in there that you can just see coming through. That was the blue plastic. But now that it's got a very, very thin coat of spray over it, if I was to just use the black contrast, it flows into all those nice little gaps and gets in everywhere where the spray didn't. So when that's actually dry, I should. This is why I have the camera on the other side most of the time. I know. I should have had it on the other side this time as well, but hey. I moved it over for a reason that I can now not remember. But I did move it over. See, look under there. Look at all that blue. That is not good. There's no black. There's no black. So I'm going to really lay in, because this is a contrast paint, it is quite thin. And it's designed to run and get into all the gaps. It shouldn't leave too thick of a layer over it. But you've still got to be careful, because you can leave quite a thick imprint over it, so you still need to make sure that you get it all and move it all around to where you need it to be, and not cover up any of that detail that you're going to want later, or that I'm going to want later. Let's not knock the paint over, so let's move that over here for now. So 35 of these roughly-ish to give a quick go over if they need it. As he is alright, he doesn't need it. I don't think he will either, to be quite honest. Oh, I do need to put a hand on him, though. And I missed that. I completely missed that. How you doing, Buzzard? You alright, mate? I did pop into the chat thing earlier. But then I had other things I had to go do. So by the time I finished them, it was like, right, okay, I need to get a video out. So I decided I was going to go live tonight. Now I just realised that I'm missing a hand on this dude. Of all things to be missing, I am missing his left hand. I didn't even realise that when I was going through it. So pay attention to what you're doing with your models, especially the ones you think you've already done. Now, that was an old model that I didn't particularly put together. It was put together by somebody else and donated to me. But because I wasn't paying attention to him, because I thought, yeah, he's done, I've only just realised he's not got a left hand. So that's something I'm going to have to do entirely on its own and then glue it on afterwards. I'm not in chat, lads. I'm not in chat. What do you mean I'm not in chat? No, I was in the thingy chat that we was in earlier. I was, not now, left. Because, well, I need my microphone and camera and everything to do this. Doesn't work too well without one. Oh, bugger. Again, this. Need to move this onto that side. Yeah, Discord. I was in Discord earlier. I was only in there for about 20 minutes or so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm not, so. Right. Helps me actually keep these things on camera, doesn't it? Right. You there should be enough room for, I hope, for all of them that I need. Anyway, next group of 5, which are all going to be snipers. So it's total 10 snipers. 2 5-man units of bolt guns, 2 5-man units of bolt pistol and close combat weapon. Now, both of those have a heavy weapon in them. I was going to put a heavy weapon in my sniper squads, but when I had to rebuild, then it didn't work too well. So trying to get in under these bits just to make sure I've covered all the blue up. That I'm going to get really frustrated with this arm in a minute. It just keeps getting away. Oh, do Joey? Yeah, send us a message, and if you want the link, I will send it over to you. In fact, just for that purpose, let's. Oh God, that means I've got to log on this, doesn't it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Instagram. Instagram login. That's what I want. Yeah. Only a lot essential. Continuous me, of course. Yes, please continue with me. Go on, log in. Doesn't take you that long. No, don't bother turning on notifications just yet. And that should give me my... Yep, there we go. Cool. So, yeah, if you want a link, just message me on Instagram, and I can send it from the PC that way, rather than having to type out on my phone, which I'm currently using as this camera. So yeah, this is because the spray paint didn't cover everything that I wanted it to. I mean, right in the nooks and crannies, and from the underneath angles. Because when I put it on basically a big, get my hands in the right place, basically put it on a strip of wood and spray paint them, it doesn't always get it from the from underneath angle. So I'm going to have to go back over it with contrast. Now, I did try and do a video about where I was up to with them, how I've done it, and the little man that caused me so much pain and problems because his hands and nothing went together. When I get to him on these lot, I'll point him out. But until then, yeah, I'm working through the snipers first. So this should be the quick bit. Waiting for them to dry should be the pain. Fingers crossed, though, they will dry after I've had to go over the other bits that I've got to do tonight, which is technically it's probably highlighting on the cloaks, but I think it's more, I don't think it's actually highlighting. It's, oh, fuck, that's a big spot of blue there. It's more like texturing, and as well as putting in the shades, because some of them didn't work the way I wanted them to. I'll come round to them in a minute. Let's just clear some space on my desk first, shall I? Yep, inside of his cape needs doing. Inside of, yep, and these are the big pouched scouts. For some reason, they have a cod piece that's the size of their heads. I don't understand why, but they have. It is absolutely ridiculous. When I get one a bit better, I can show you. I'll zoom it in. In fact, there we go. It'll do. Where's my other board? Where's my other board? There it is. So let's put that in front of that for now. All right. Zoom, 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 zoom. Focus, focus. Focus, you stupid camera. Why aren't you focusing? No. Well, you can almost see it. Yeah, they've essentially got a cod piece almost the same size as the bloody head. It's not going to show until I dry brush it, and I don't know if I'll be able to dry brush it tonight because I don't know how long these are going to take to dry. Yeah, I know I said dry a lot during that sentence, but it did have different meanings each time, I promise. Each time I said dry, it was for some other reason than just for the sake of it. Because the word moist is much better than dry. So I was smart enough to go stock up on my nicotine, so I don't have to go outside again, probably for a little while. Bolter. Yeah, your shotgun. Your bolter, your bolter, your bolter. So that means you should have a heavy weapon, which will be him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a heavy weapon. Aha! Shotgunner goes back there with them. Now I know where I'm up to. I don't. But I've got a better idea. If I knew where I was up to and knew what I was doing and could get it all sorted nicely, then I wouldn't be called the lazy mini painter. I would just be called the mini painter. Problem is, it doesn't quite work like that for me for some reason. If I ain't in the mood, it don't get done, and when I am in the mood, I just end up going on a huge batch painting mission. I don't care if somebody else is live right now. Stop telling me. How am I supposed to watch somebody? I'm not watching somebody else live while I'm live. Do one. Bloody YouTube, stupid piece of bleeding. Go away. Don't want you. Don't want you. Right. Thank you. It's the problem with using your phone as a camera. Anything that comes through on your phone normally comes through on your camera. Yeah, missed a bit on him. Let's just dab that in. Cool. Right. Most of these seem to be okay, actually. Or a lot of the ones that were formerly. You see, there we go. There we go. It's a blue one. It wasn't for the fact that none of the areas that I want blue. Right, it's this one that was the pain. Okay, this one. Now I did try to do a video about this. Then I came to the conclusion that even though I've got the patience to sit here painting these things, I have not got the patience for editing. Editing is just something I don't do. I can't do. It's just way too much work. Sat staring at my screen, and it's bad for my eyes. And the microphone's getting, I swear to God, everything's just getting in its way. But this guy actually has a gap. If I can get it. You see that little gap between his wrist and his gun? No, that way. Yeah, there we go. So he's not quite fully to get off. So hopefully I can hide him in the ranks of everywhere else. That's my idea for him. What about you? Oh, you just need a little bit around the back of your neck. Awesome. Dab in there. Dab around there. And stop banging my bleeding mic off the camera, you absolute goon. Next is done. Awesome. As I said, some of these will be all right. Some of these not so much, because some of them are actually quite old. Especially him, for instance. He's one of the old metal scouts. So yeah, he's quite an old model. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's still a little bit of red showing up through him, because I couldn't get it all off when I tried stripping it. Now I used what is essentially nail polish remover for removing the paint, and it worked to a reasonably sufficient degree. However, when I did strip the scouts down, I did do another 2 testers as well while I was at it from 2 other models. Now I thought they were plastic, so when I put it in the acetone, there was a slight worry that it might melt. Luckily, they didn't. While they're drying, I'll go grab those other 2 out, because I've undercoated them as well. Now, these 2 gentlemen, I've got 2 of these. Now, what I thought was the arms and the little scanner here and the gun. That he doesn't really doesn't do this very well, does it? And the gun there, I thought they were all plastic. So when I put them in acetone and I left them, I thought I'd left them too long, and I thought I'd melted all the plastic bits. Turned out I was lucky, and they are all metal, 100%. So I got away with that one, dodged a bullet. Bloody cheap brushes, but I bought cheap brushes for the reason of I'm going to get these things messed up. And you see, I didn't quite get all the paint off these, so you can still see little tiny bits of red coming through from the old metal models. But again, just a small little bit of contrast, dab it round, and it'll cover it up. And with it being contrast and not being overly thick, you still keep your detail. But with it not being as thick, it does flow a lot easier into the recesses to cover up those bits that I couldn't get into with a small brush. and then ended up being crap, paint on that hand, and well, ended up staying where they were because I tried with a toothbrush, I tried with a Dremel, and the brush attachments, both the brass, the metal, and the plastic. And even with all that, there's certain areas that I just couldn't get into to get the paint out of. But the only way I was going to do it is to sit there with a toothpick. And I wasn't going to sit there with a toothpick. There's patience and willing to do stuff, and then there's just being downright bloody stupid. And sitting there with a paintbrush to get tiny little specks of paint out that you can just essentially go over. And then it'll cover them up with a contrast paint. Then yeah, that's a lot more sense to me. Let's just cover it up with a bit of contrast paint rather than toothpicking it all out. That's 10, 15. I'm doing all right so far. Got majority of the scouts done. I've just got to let them dry, and hopefully I'll be able to come back to them and do the dry brush on it. If not, then I don't know. I have no idea. I do know I do have some dry brushing to do tonight, so once I've done this very, very boring stage of just painting black again, I will be going on to a different colour for a change. I know I do paint a lot of black on here, but it's a good colour. It's a good base colour, especially for adding shade, because once you dry brush over it and you redo your shade and get all your raised areas, then it really helps the models to stand out. Don't paint your keyboard, you absolute muppet. Yep, he needs a little bit, not too much. No, that was way too much. Don't fall over. There we go, that's better. And just a lot too much contrast on my paint. Oh, that's a sergeant. That's the sergeant model because he's got a chainsaw. So sergeant, heavy weapon. Heavy weapon need doing. Heavy weapon does need doing. He's got a lot of grey in the back there. Oh, I remember where he's from. That's why he's got a flamer and a bolt gun and a heavy bolt all strapped to him. He was from the old Shadow War game. See, before Games Workshop relaunched their Necromunda game, they give it a bit of a test run. And that test run was something called Shadow War Armageddon, which is using your Warhammer 40,000 miniatures, or some of them, because not everything was included, and you weren't allowed to take big, heavy stuff. But just a couple of basics, a basic troop here and there. Or in the case of the Space Marines, the lightest troop at the time, which was the Scouts. Those were all you could take, really. Although Chaos could take full Marines, which I thought was a bit of a rip. They got to take full Marines in power armor, and I could only take Scouts as a Space Marine player. Or standard Orc boys as an Orc player. I did get more Orcs though, so even though if I was playing Chaos, I would usually outnumber them. So it wasn't too bad as Orcs. But if it was playing Chaos with these, playing against Chaos with these, then generally it'll be I'd only have one or two models better, or one or two models more, and they would just slaughter me with their options. Because whereas I could only take like a heavy bolt or a missile launcher, they're taking things like auto cannons, bolt guns, heavy flamers, and just generally a lot better equipment for small scale skirmish games. I mean, we're only talking what, 3 foot by 3 foot table, which compared to usually play on a 6 foot by 4 foot table, it's a lot smaller. So going from all of a sudden from being in range of everything Aha, here's one of the metal ones who survived. But again, you see all that red down the back of them. Yeah, going from that big board to such a small board, it made it definitely put it in Chaos's favour. Let's say I lost them all, but I lost most of them and I forgot he wasn't super glued in. See, I'm an idiot. I am a big idiot sometimes. I say sometimes. Most of the time. But still, it gets done. Right. If I hold him very... don't break the blade, because that's the bit that's gone on all the others. All the other metal ones that I've had the fortune to try and strip and put them in through the acetone. And if they've had a combat knife, the combat knife has broken. Except for him. He's the only one that has managed to survive so far, so I'm quite proud of him. He might be the one that actually gets to see the field of play and hopefully survive a battle or two. Who am I kidding? These scouts are probably never going to see the battlefield. Not unless I need some really, really cheap bodies just to throw on objectives or something like that. But seeing as most of the time we play more open on narrative, which means objective scoring isn't quite as important. Yeah, I doubt they're going to see play because essentially they are just cheap objective scorers. Park them on an objective, let them sit there until your opponent either guns them off or they've scored the maximum amount of points they can where they are, and you're just going to throw them at the enemy just to try and stop them from getting a few points. It is very, very, very nasty. It's war after all. You're not supposed to play nice to each other. You're supposed to try and take each other's armies off the table as efficiently and quickly as possible while scoring everything and doing everything that you're supposed to be doing. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Yeah. Everything's easy until that you roll that first dice and it rolls snake eyes. And you realize, yeah, this game is just not going to go in your favor today. Have you got any more? Oh, wow, you're really blue under there. And that's why I'm using this reasonably long bristle brush. I do seem to have a stream jumper. Thank you, whoever you are, because you keep giving me little bits of viewing time. That is absolutely awesome. If you want to hit that subscribe button or anything on the way out, then you can. If you don't, then fair enough. And I'm going to have to move that bloody thing before I do another stream, or I'm going to end up ripping the damn thing off and throwing it across the room. No way have I just gone through all 35 this quick. That's like half an hour. And I'm not doing much. I'm just giving them all a quick going over to make sure that they're fully covered for the base coat. But still, something like this usually takes me an hour because I don't shut up and I'm talking and I'm looking and yeah. So I'm doing well today. I am doing very well today. Right, so that's all 35. Awesome. That went a lot quicker than I thought it was going to. So, right. Wash my brush off first because I don't want it to end up like the brushes that I've got in that pack over there. That's going to take me hours to clean, and I'm not looking forward to it. It's really what I should be doing is actually cleaning my brushes, but I don't want to because it's a pain and it takes ages. I got some contrast right up to the ferrule on that one. Oh, that's not good. That is not good. All right. Let's hope you dry. Yeah, there we go. It's coming off clear this time. Coming off clear. Good. Pardon me. And this is why I have to wear a glove. See? All that paint on your hands. Normally it just goes all over my hands and I have to scrub it off later. This time I thought I'd be smart. Put a glove on. I have a glove on, goes on the glove and doesn't come off. Okay, so from the last video to this one, obviously they're all now black, ready to be painted up with the basic colour schemes. Where's my lieutenant gone? Who's got the basic colour scheme? There you are. So it's 2 blue shoulder pads, red gun mostly, and if they've got one of them little eagle-y things on the chest, then that gets done gold. However, I've also been working on some other things, which is where these now come in. So this chap, for instance, has a nice blue cloak, and I've tried to do a leather on the back, but it didn't go quite as intended. So what I think I'm going to have to do is mix a bit of that colour in, and then mix it with a bit of an ivory, and then go over it to try and lighten the tones over the highlights. Kind of what I did with this one, so that you get a bit more depth onto it, and the lighter edges end up being, well, lighter. And same as what I did with this fella. Now he looks more, you can see the brush strokes more on him. Much more into the recesses. But I wanted that kind of worn leather look, which I don't think I've managed too bad on, because if you look at his glove, it doesn't look quite as old and tattered. So I've got 3, essentially. 1, 2, 3, to try and go over with this wonderful idea that I've had, that I have no idea if it's going to work, but there's only one way I'm going to find that out. So that's the leather that I used to paint them up with in the first place. Always got to give your paints a shake. Always give them a shake before you use them, just to make sure the pigment's nicely messed around, including the ivory, which I'm running out of, and I'm definitely going to need more of. Make sure I've got at least a clean dry well. And let's see if this, I hope this works. I don't want to use too much, because then I'm definitely going to end up with too much on my brush. So 1 dab of ivory. Come on, get back on there, you son of a git. And speed paint, hardened leather. So I'm using Games Workshop paint and Army Painter paint together, just so if anyone goes, but you're using 2 different brands. I know, it's intentional. You don't have to just use one brand of paint. There are lots out there, and they all work differently. So some will do some colors better than others. I mean, I've got the brown contrast from Games Workshop, which was donated by the wonderful Ezra. And a very precise mixing tool as a cable tie. It's like the ultimate mixing tool in this case. Now I don't know whether to use the really big brush or just go back to the small brush. If you do a really big brush, I should be able to do it in just like 1 stroke, but that's a lot of paint that's going to pick up, and a lot of paint that's going to need wiping off on. So first of all, let's give it a shot with the big brush. Yeah, slightly damp. Let's get you in there. Let's wipe that off. And let's see how well this does. Who are we going to try first? We'll try him. You see, no. No, that's not good. That wasn't good. That was not good. That was not good. That was not good. That was a very, very, very bad one. See, I just completely went that up. Oh, I would love a cup of tea, please. Where's my cup? Is it already in there? It might be. Yeah, so that has just completely naffed that up. So let's just try and remove some of it if we can without actually taking off too much paint. Right, okay, you're going to need redoing with contrast. So I'm going to have to do you like that and get you done to that much, much lighter shade. And then I'm going to have to redo you with contrast because you're going to be a pain. Right. Although, let's bring it back down into... See, the 3 foot rule, which is essentially holding it out about 3 foot in front of you and seeing how it looks. I say about 3 foot. I'm 6 foot tall, so my arms are a bit shorter. It doesn't look too bad. So if I was to drop it down here, it doesn't actually look that bad unless you was to bring it right up here and then you realize, oh crap, you've made a mess of that. That is just a complete mess. And what happens is it seems to be taking paint off as opposed to putting it on, which is rather odd. Let's see if it does the same to this one, because this one's quite a darker one. See, that's a bit better. Marginally. We'll just take it across the edges. See, it's still... No, I'm going to have to do it this way because it's not working any other way. I'm sorry to say this, but skin is an absolutely fantastic way of sorting out your dry brush. Just because it's being a knob. Come, sort yourself out. Alright, no, you're not going to work. That means we'll have to come back to the smaller one, which is still got loads of that in it. No. What if you've still got loads of paint in you? God damn it. Fine. Where's my other pack of brushes? There it is. So back to the good old makeup brush. Are you thinking makeup brushes? Makeup brushes? What are you paying me makeup brushes for? Makeup brushes have shitloads of bristles and are really tightly packed. So makeup brushes are absolutely fantastic for precisely the thing that I'm doing right now, which is catching raised edges. No, see, I'm not happy with that. I mean, you can see some of them now, but it's definitely going to require another coat of contrast just to get deeper into those recesses so that those shadowy areas look a lot more shadowy. Like, for instance, that should really be just as bright as some of the other areas. But that little crease there and some of these creases down here, what I want is that I need them to be darker. But it's given me 2 different tones, at least, from one to the other. So that's not bad. It's not bad. I can deal with that. Right, you there. Just have to be a little bit more careful with you. Let's try a bit more of a dark tone in there. Just a little bit, not too much. And bloody hell do I think I am? Fucking, what's he called? Joy of Painting guy. What's he called? Big microphone headed kid. That microphone and just Joy of Painting and Bob Ross, that's it. Bloody talking like Bob Ross. See, that's not even doing anything. That's pretty much the same tone, isn't it? Let's try just lightening it a touch. Rub off all the excess. Let's try coming back in. Oh, that's better. That's a bit better. Okay. And then on the inside of his cloak as well, just to brighten that edge up on that corner. Oh, I've lost and losing, gaining. I don't know what's going on. Stop paying attention to that number. I'm supposed to be painting. And then, see, this guy's got a little tabard loincloth thing as well. So we want to get in there. Make sure we get that as well. You see, that's turned out okay as far as a leather cloak can go. You can get leather cloaks much, much better detail than this, trust me. There are people who are far better painters than me who would get that cloak looking so smooth. But they also have tools that I don't use, room that I don't have, and various other things that I'm going to make excuses for right now just because, well, why not? Aha, I forgot about the other one. There was also this gentleman who got a lot of brown done on him. So we'll have to come back in and do him as well. I forgot about him. And hopefully by the time I've done this, well, these, all this lot's going to be dry. Yeah, who am I kidding? It's not going to happen. But you can hope. So again, just trying to catch over the raised edges, especially those areas where the light would be getting. Also, using this ivory kind of mutes the colour down a little bit. So it's not as bright and vibrant in your face. It's more of a real tone to it. I say it's more of a real tone to it. I'm wearing bright bleeding purple, for Christ's sakes. But it does give that light edge to it. Just pop it on there for me, please. And there's going to be people who argue with me over this statement, but I have the best missus in the world. Argue as much as you want. I will tell you now, you are wrong. But my missus does this, and this, and my missus is so wonderful. Cause don't care, don't give a shit. My missus is better. Do one. Do you know why she's better? Because she's mine. Not just that, she also makes brews, fantastic cups of tea. Brilliant cook. Second to me, obviously. Oh shit! No, right? No. I'm expecting something to come flying then, but no. Okay, so that seems to have worked a lot better on him than it has done on anyone else. See, you can, because it's such a subtle gradient, you can't actually tell that there's something else over there. But yeah, that's like 3 different colors just on his cloak. That's awesome. And right, there's my green thing again because it's being a pain. Green thing. There you go. So yeah, that leather, I'm liking that leather cloak. That's looking quite nice. I'm getting better. Told you practice works. Practice does work. Oh, you've already had your overgoing with that, so you're okay. You've had it, you've had it. I've not decided what to do with the innards of your cloak yet, though. See, I've done the back of him in that very dark brown. But I don't even know what to do with the inside. He's got lots that I could still do all over him because, well, he's a character model. There's details on him that you just wouldn't bloody believe sometimes. But I'm not 100% sure what to do with him. Oh well, we'll come back to him in a minute. Let's wash the brown out of this brush first. And then from there, I'm supposed to be looking out for messages in inboxes. No, no messages in inboxes. That's good. All this brown and ivory out of, well, get most of the brown out of it is what I want because I need the ivory again to give some of them a bit of a. And so that's the color I'm going to use as the zenithal color to come back onto it as the, so I can highlight over it and paint over it and get a much cleaner color. So tiny little makeup brush again, ridiculous tiny makeup brush. Do any of these actually look like, where did I start? I started all the way back here, didn't I? Yeah, they look like they're dried, so that's good. Let's get some. I don't like these gloves, but then they're definitely needed. Otherwise, my hands will get covered. Back to the ivory. So next stage is to get all these into a kind of a two-tone monochrome stage. So everywhere the light would be hitting would be coming down, and everywhere that the light, obviously shadow would remain black. So it's going to be a quick dry brush with ivory, just pure ivory, nothing else, because I'll be going back over it afterwards with other colors such as greys, blacks, browns, greens in these cases because they are supposed to be going with, move you out of the way, this gentleman. Let's bring him up there. This gentleman who's got a very nice green cloak for camouflage, because obviously if you're fighting in cities, that's what you want. You want a green camouflage cloak. Greens and browns, so seems to be what I'm using most of for my camo color. But I'm not going for patches. I don't like the camo patches that a lot of people use. When they try and make it look like our army style. It's like, this isn't our army. Stop trying to make it look like our army. It's not our army. So this is quite a heavy dry brush, just to make sure it gets all the raised areas that I need it to. And I'm losing track of the camera. What I should really do is look into this camera while I'm painting to see that I'm actually holding it in the right place and it can be seen on camera. Would help. Would help. What's that? If that's a message, a direct message. No. No. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Thank you. Then everywhere on the top as well. So right across the top of his gun. And then let's have a look. From here, we've got, there we go. Let's bring you, wow. How do, Captain? You okay, mate? There's only certain areas that actually on this part of him which would need it. And the tips of his boots down there. some of his legs, and just a few tips and bits. Not much, but that makes a good cloak then, standing out against what is going to be a pretty much dark, fatigued man with a sniper rifle. But it's mainly the cloak that I want to get covered, because that's what's got to be then going down into the green and being moved over. Like, this guy doesn't actually have a cloak, so he's not going to get the green. You chilling before bed, man? What time is it? Oh god, it's 10 o'clock. It's earlier than I thought, I suppose. And it starts till what, 9 o'clock ish. Probably should have started a bit earlier, but never mind. Ah, crap! Too much paint. No, abort. Panic. They're definitely going to get caught on the light. That's going to get caught on the light now. What if I put it? So straight down there, but I end up missing that middle. See, all through the camera. I end up missing that middle section, because if you go straight down, it'll only catch the extremely raised areas. So I'm getting the backpack of him there, but he's keeping the legs in the shade. Oh, some people don't. I know you'll either know this, or some people don't know this, and it's just me talking really while I'm doing my hobby. So yeah, nice, partly shaded. So then when I go back over him, he should be nicely done. He's taking right. They did dry pretty quick, though. I'll give him that much. Still got enough left on my brush. I hope so. Right, we've got a cloak again. Now, the last makeup brush I did this with, I absolutely destroyed. And I mean destroyed, I tried cleaning it, and it just fell apart in my hands. I did literally destroy that brush. I would like to have that brush back again, because it was absolutely awesome for doing this with. But instead, I think I might just have to go buy some cheap makeup brushes, because I'm not spending. I think this was like a £15 set that my missus got by accident, or as an additional free gift for ordering something. We ended up with these brushes anyway, and my missus didn't need quite this many of them. So I thought, oh, awesome, I'll give them a try as a dry brush. And oh boy, do they work well. They work really well. Oh, is this another one that was for? Yeah, this is another one that was for Shadow War, because he's got a bolter strapped to his base to show that he has a bolt gun as well as a sniper rifle. How are you doing, left pegger? The guy with, oh no, you're not dry yet. Oh, wonderful. So only some of them are dry and some of them are not. Just what I wanted to see. Right. So who did I mess up on? I wasn't happy with. It was you, wasn't it, fella? I wasn't happy with your tone. I don't mean the tone of his voice, because he can't speak, obviously, he's a plastic model. I mean the tone of his cape. It just was not right for some strange, bizarre reason. So all I'm going to try doing is I'm just going to try brightening up some of it on the edges and try and make it more of a pinky leather as opposed to a deep brown leather, and see if that works any better. And that's all this really is ever, is when you're painting a model, it's trial and error. Nobody ever, if anyone says, yeah, I can get it right perfect every time, Just walk up to them, call them a bullshitter, and then you can take it as far as you want from there. As just call them a bullshitter. That's as far as I need you to go. If you want to spit in the face or anything like that, that's up to you. I don't condone that crap, but hey, some people do. Now, you see, is that better for a much lighter cape? And I'm getting a darker recess there, you see? It's got to get that tone in there. Because it's too much of a line. If you see the line coming down from between them, it's much too much of a stark contrast on there. But it's starting to look more like a worn ivory now than a leather, which I'm quite happy with because the inside is completely and utterly blue. So I'm all right with that. But getting a nice worn look on that is very good. Very nice. How you doing, JV? You okay, mate? Been a busy afternoon at work, man. At least you're home now. At least you're home. That's the main thing. Again, I'll say the same to you as I said to Joey. If you want the link, send me Captain. If you want the link, send me. Just let me know, and I'll send it via your preferred method. Whether that be Instagram or Messenger. I prefer it to be Instagram. You've not even left for home, jeez. So you're still in work. Yeah. Don't blame you, mate. Don't. Yeah, I wouldn't be happy with that. It's like 10 o'clock at night for me. And so if I was in work, I'd be worried because I don't have a job. And B, at 10 o'clock at night, unless I'm getting paid a crap load of money, I'm going home. Because those is classified as unsociable hours. And we get paid more for that over here. Not bragging or anything, not trying to brag or do anything. It's just like, yeah, we do get paid more for unsociable hours. I know it's like 5, 6 o'clock where you are, isn't it? You're supposed to still be in work. Sorry, man. Aha. See, that's even his. Where's my bloody board again? So that's evened his tone out a bit on there. So if I was to get my camera in the position that I can't get it in. There we go. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. Good. Get yourself home. Get yourself a beer, mate. Get that guitar out and get on strumming. Because if you don't practice every night, then you lose your ability, as I'm quite clearly proving here with my ability to not paint very well. Not paint very well at all. Nope, nobody's in the basement. That's okay. In fact, why would anyone be in the basement? I don't think I'll actually give the link out. I mean, I suppose I could. I've muted my TV, so that's fine. I don't have to worry about that. If I go to that and that, right click, copy, go to there, put that in there. Yeah. Then go back to that. Now I've got to wait for it to come up and then I can pin it. Right. Yep. Know where I'm up to. He pretends. While he's sat here hitting his microphone off his camera and just being a general complete novice and noob at all this. Even though technically I've had my channel for a year now. Yeah, I still act like a novice and a noob when it comes to this stuff. Get out of the way of the camera. Yes, I was talking to my microphone in case anyone was wondering. I talk to inanimate objects a lot because They can hear you. They might not be able to respond, but they can hear you. And if they can't hear you, there's definitely somebody who's going to be able to hear you somewhere and look at you quizzically and like, what the fuck is he up to? Now, I should have posted a link. Did I post it? Yes, I posted it. So why is it not? Why is it not popping up in here? Well, that camera's frozen for a start. This one hasn't, but that one froze. And I wasn't sure why. Oh, my phone is roasting. Yep, near enough dry. Right, cool. So are you going to dry anytime this decade, please? No, go. No, move that out of the way. Don't blow down the microphone. It's called a dry faster, you bastard method. Blow on it. There we go. Now I can try it. Is that mostly gone? Yep, good. Nope. See a little tiny little bit of his cape. You see name of the channel? Yeah, I don't do it enough. What I need to do is do it more often. Have a permanent setup. So move this back over to the other side so it's not in the way of my dominant hand as I'm coming through, and I'm also not smacking my microphone off it every 5 minutes. But I can still. Ah, crap! That's a wet brush. But I can still get the angle that I need. It's because I had to move stuff around essentially. Well, I didn't have to, but I did. I moved stuff around so I could do other things apart from streaming with it. So yeah, time served in this case did not equal knowledge gained. Well, it has. I actually watched a paint stream the other night off a streamer that doesn't normally do paint streams. So I've come to the conclusion I'm definitely a better painter streamer than him because of a simple reason. You can actually see the models that I'm painting. See? Haha. Whereas he went like 2 hours without showing anyone anything that had been painted, and I don't think anyone actually saw anything that he'd painted throughout the entire evening. The other people up on the panel for his painting stream, I think he saw about 2 models, and that was it. So I've come to the conclusion I'm a better paint streamer than that person, who I'm not going to name because, well, the name itself just invites controversy whether or not, regardless of what you say about it. Or them, should I say? Because gotta say them. So definitely don't know. Although I think I've already said give away a little bit of who they are, but never mind. Can you see it on camera again? Yes, it is still on camera. That's good. You're live on TV. Please don't say fuck or bugger. No. Buggering hell, mate. I'm British. What the fuck do you expect me to do? Part of the vocabulary. Can't say fuck or bugger. I'm not going to be able to talk, am I? Jeez. No. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but if you do not allow me to swear in court, I will not be allowed to eloquently express myself to this fucking jury as to why this guy over here is a complete asshole. I'm glad no one was in the room to hear that one. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's pretty much a summary from the Trailer Park Boys movie. Ricky convincing the judge as to why he's allowed to swear in a courtroom and smoke. And I could not. I couldn't have put it in that way. He just Cat, I am going to kill you. Where are you? Because I've got cat hair on a model that I've only just covered in fucking. Where's my cat? Come here, you little fucker, I want a kebab. Right, so you're not dry yet either. You can come back in here though. You're not drying. Why aren't you drying? Where's my hairdryer? Where's the hairdryer when you need it? While I am waiting for that to dry, I do have Lieutenant Dan. In fact, has this one been named? No. This one can be Lieutenant Dan then. Which does need a small dry brush, so really little bit. Make sure you get that fucker off there, because I do not want this to be a lot on here at all, because he is predominantly black after all. And I want him to stay that way if I can. I just want these bloody edges to just not blend together. That's the problem if you have a matte black and you just put it there. It's like, yeah, it's just all matte black. I don't know. There's not much differentiation between layers and panels and different sections of his torso or his legs, or where this bit meets this bit. That's what this dry brushing layer is pretty much for. It's just so you can start to pick out the different parts of his armor. And then you can see where all the panels meet up. Now, I don't know if that's working any better. No, it's definitely working around here on his knee. So you can see the lines coming through. I might need to go a little bit heavier on his torso. Let's try. Oh, crap. No, it's too heavy. Too heavy! Yeah. Wow, that was... Yeah, but then you can actually see that there is actually different bits to him. If I can... There you go, see? His belt buckle, the breastplate, the knee panels, stuff like that you don't actually see if you just undercoat it all black and then leave it. You don't get to see any of that. So that's what this stage is for, is to just keep it quite dark so it looks like a predominantly black armor. But then pick out those lines and the bits that you're going to want to see and you want to stand out. And the flat black model does not look good. Most black models or black armored armies will generally be more grey than black because of all this. I mean, there's some areas you can leave to a certain degree, like right down there in the shadows. You're never going to look, or if you do, you're looking just to be an arse. So you're like, hey, you've missed 2.03 millimeters of plastic there where it's all black. So yeah, it's called shadow. Use your imagination. God, I sound very bitter tonight, don't I? Jeez. I don't mean to. I'm actually feeling quite alright. I'm not feeling bitter at all, but for some reason I'm coming across that way. Or at least to me I am anyway. Don't know how I'm coming across to you lot. Right, I'm going to leave his sword because I'm not sure what... I've still not come to a conclusion of what colour I want the swords. Now, I know with the librarians, which in this case is this guy and this guy, I am going for black blades with gold trim. I know that much. But that's only on the librarians because they're the only ones that have these little runic things up the swords. Everybody else just pretty much has. If I can actually get it into any kind of. Now, essentially, what they have is they have two small lines. That's the power section of the sword. And that's it. So I really do need to pick an actual colour for the blade for these. But then it's going to be the colour for the blade on everything across the board. So him, the other two of them that I've got. So yeah, so the other two of them that I've got would get the same colour sword. But the other four of these ones that I've got, sorry, using my nicotine stained hand there, sorry. The other four of these ones that I've got would be getting the same colour blade. So obviously, once I made that decision, it is quite a big decision because I've got to go through a lot of models that I've got it. Even, where are you? Where are you? You know, your power fist. There you are. Even Mr. Terminator guy here, who has again got a power sword. There's got to be a lot of them. So I'm really going to have to choose wisely. Again, the dry faster you bastard method. Pardon me. For those of you wondering what the Scouts did look like, in case this is the first time you've ever seen these, so there's one that broke when I broke the combat blade off him for when he was in my old Blood Angels army. And there's one of the snipers from my old Blood Angels army. Now these have been done with, once they've been painted, they got varnished over as well, which is why it was a pain to take frigging paint off. I know really I should be doing a stomper or something else to do with orcs because it is October. And yeah, you're just not drying quick enough. Dry quicker. Dry faster, you sons of. Come on. I've done all the cloaks. Well, I've done all those cloaks. I suppose seeing as I have dry brushed that, if I was to. Let's see. We're going to try dry brushing. We're going to try camo green in this guy. And possibly. Oh, right. See, now we've got two different levels of. And they've both been dry brushed. But one's been done a lot darker than the other. Okay, let's see what you're looking like, Chiefy. Yeah, you're kind of in between the two, aren't you? Right. Okay. I got it. I understand. You're all looking to do me in. Told you this. They're looking to take me away. They don't want me to do this, Scouts. They're all looking to do me in. They're going to absolutely stash me in a minute. And my link still hasn't come up yet for some reason. Is it coming up? Can somebody tell me, did I put the link in? Yeah. Oh, don't click. I'm already in that. Don't click on it. Right, I've pinned the message, so it should be there at the top. Is there a message pinned at the top of the comments, please? It's good having someone in the room who can just check this crap. It's up now. Oh, awesome. Right, okay. All right, so it is up now. Good. That's good. So it didn't appear until I pinned it for some reason. I'm not sure why. So contrast green, then slap it over. And it is quite literally a slap it over because you want it to run into the recesses. I like this colour green, this Cadian green for cloaks. Fantastic colour. I know I've said it a few times now, but thank you so much, Ezra, for sending this over to me. I never would have picked up contrast paints had you not. and I am so glad you did, because this has made it just easier. So much easier. It's not made it perfect. It's not taken all the difficulty out, but just to be able to get that level of highlight of one layer, well, 2 layers, I know, because I dry brushed it first. But if you don't dry brush it, then you're not going to get anything out of a contrast paint. You need at least 2 things for it to contrast against. So yeah, see, he's not worked as well because he was a dry, because he was much lighter. Okay, it's the camera shot, you complete idiot. Because he was much of a lighter color, sorry, much of a darker color, the contrast hasn't worked as well on him. So yeah, we definitely need a heavy dry brush over the cloaks to do. So this one should work fine. Should. Once he's got it, I'm saying he should. Using this big daft brush, yeah, it does help it cover quicker, but accuracy, yeah, you lose a lot of accuracy when you're doing this with a big brush. Yep, great. They cover quicker, but pull it into the correct areas. Try and get it to actually pool in the areas that I want it to, and then bring it back down. Where are you? There you are. Big blob of green paint on my fingers. They might dry okay. They're still going to need the green mixed with ivory just to get the mid-tone through. But it appears to be working, so I'm happy. I just need the bloody black to dry, and I'm not getting a hairdryer on stream because they're noisy. Hairdryers make a lot of noise. Are you still charging? Good. Which means that, oh, I have Beaky. Sorry, Beaky. I did not spot you there, my friend.
No, I see. I snuck in the back door.
Less of that, please.
Evening, lads.
I'm not too bad. Evening. How's you?
Yeah, surviving on, fella. You've got some patience.
No, because I don't do the editing. If I had patience, I would be able to do editing. This is fun.
I take it you've had a look at doing some editing and sacked it.
Yep. That's why I was explaining to the
what
video.
it is.
It is very tedious. That's why I thought I'd just explain what I've done, which is the acetone to strip the models down from essentially this stage, where they're all red and varnished and all sorts.
He's from your original Blood Army, I think you were saying. When did you do him? How old is it since he was done?
How old? He's about 23.
Wowzers.
He's about 23. Yeah, so's that one. He's about 23.
So were they your first and original? So were you already in it then?
Yes, those were pretty much my first foray into Space Marines. Oh, private chat. That would probably be you telling me. Yeah, that's you telling me that you're in there. Yeah, my first army was actually Dark Angels, or Dark Elves. Sorry, pointy ears in space, but liked S&M a little bit too much. So those were my first army because my friend bought the box set that they came with, and he chose the Space Marines and went, "I've got this second army. Here you go. Let's play." Me not knowing any different. Well, yeah, cool, fair enough. Elves are elves. So I played them. I got a few models for them, and then I realized I don't like these Dark Elf people that much. Then he ended up switching his army to something else. So I'm getting all of his army off him, as well as a few bits that I bought myself. But he was just playing generic Space Marines at the time. It was at that point when I chose, right, I want to play the Space Marine vampires. So I went and chose Blood Angels, and at the time, certain models like the Scouts and the Death Company, which I don't have painted up at all, they're still metal in a tub down there somewhere. Came in blister packs of 2 models and completely metal. I've got a load of them down there to do, and slowly but slowly the army has grown either through purchases from me, purchases from other people that have been donated to me. Like the Terminators, for instance, where did I put him? I put them down somewhere. There they are, they're right at the back over here. These were donated from my brother-in-law because he no longer wished to do the Space Marines anymore. He changed his mind and went for a different army entirely.
So are you going to paint all those older models, or are you going to keep something back as like a memento from when you began?
Those 2 Scouts that I showed you a second ago, I'm going to keep like that. And the smaller Terminators, I'm going to keep in whatever condition they're in because the scaling's wrong now. I don't know actually if I could show you. I'm just going to disappear off this camera for a minute. This one. I'll probably still wander around on this one. Now, where's that sodding box gone? I don't want the ones with the Orkies in. I want the ones with the Marines in. Marines. Are you in this box? No. But there's my chapter master that I keep meaning to keep out. Where's your arm? While I do it. No. There you go. That's one of the Terminator bodies. I just need a slotted base. There we go. Let's pop you on that base because that's the base you were supposed to go on. Don't break the base. Just get in. You son of a... There we go. Thank you. Pardon me. Right, so... Yeah, he's gonna... Wow, I've got so many in here that I didn't even realise. Right, put that away. That's for a different time. Don't get caught up in bits boxes. I've been there for bleeding ever. Right, so... These guys... And this guy. Let's bring it back over. See, there is a size difference, particularly in height, as well as girth and stance, and they're supposed to be the same model. But this is one of the old metal ones. As you can see, nice, bright and shiny, and they've not got rid of all the red paint from the Blood Angel days. And these are the nice new plastic ranges that they brought in to replace them. Bigger bases, wider stances, bigger in scale. So yeah, a lot of those type models, I won't be repainting, not unless I can scale them some way. If I can scale him, if I can get him up to the right scale, or at least comparable, which isn't that difficult. I could probably put him on a piece of cork or a tactical rock that just raises him up a little bit, put him on a larger homemade base, and I should be able to use him still. But yeah, not having him quite the same size would irk me so much. I mean, it's bad enough that I've got essentially him and him. I mean, that is a ridiculous scale creep. That's the same type of model. Pretty much does the same thing on the battlefield. But the scale creep on the 2 of them, if I move that finger so you can see his head, try and get his base level, it's like a third the size difference.
Yeah, just put him further back on your, whatever it is, what do they call it, diorama? Put him further back, he's in the distance.
Well, yeah, I could ta-da, and yeah, but they're supposed to move around the battlefield and do things, so it doesn't quite work that way. But he fits in perfectly with the scale to these. So when they did the scale up, I think it was start of 8th edition, so about what, 5-6 years ago now, maybe a bit longer. They took the entire Space Marine range and just went, yeah, it's a bit bigger now. So a lot of my models are kind of obsolete, which isn't good. Now there is still a market out there for the out of print models and those who play older editions. So if I ever wanted to get rid, I could. But I don't see me getting rid. Probably end up painting some of the more special models, like that one pointing his sword out. That guy. I'll probably end up painting him eventually, just to make him a chapter master, because he's so old. He might as well lead the entire chapter. But some of the other models, I don't think I'll be painting. Unless I use them for bits, for as you said, dioramas, bits on bases. Like I would like a nice, because it is October, I will bring the Ark out. This guy, I would like something nice to go on his base or in his claw. So a nice Space Marine torso or head or something that's been ripped off. In fact, you could do with a bit of a dry brush on your ass, mate. That did not sound right. But yeah, if I can
you did say it's the details that matter.
It is the details that matter. So putting stuff on like that. So something in his hand or on his base, just so he shows that he is in the middle of a dynamic battle. Now you see, there we go. We can see his ass now. That's the nice little split down it where he's taped it, he's pushed it together. Yeah, just what everyone wanted to look at. Arc backside. It's October. I might as well do an arc character while I'm at it. This is the leader of my Arc War. Because Arcs can't talk properly because you've got just like that, so it's war instead of war. Definitely the most amusing and funniest faction in this entire setting. Probably my favourite faction if I actually thought about it properly is definitely the Orcs. It's just because they're so goddamn I'd say stupid is the wrong word for them, because they can do things that other races can't and are technological wonders when it comes to it. But everything they do just revolves around having a fight. So if it isn't going to get you into a fight faster, or isn't going to serve you right in a fight better, then well, why have you got it? It's their philosophy. Might makes right. Biggest is best. If you don't agree, I'm going to punch your teeth out, and then I'm going to use your teeth to go buy a new gun. They're absolutely wonderful. I've just realised I've lost a viewer because you're now up here with me.
Hey, no, I'm still on in the page.
Ah, right, okay. Yeah, you must have muted it or narrowed it down a bit because I'm not getting no feedback.
I did mute it. I was echoing on both.
Yes, it's good. Thank you very much. Because yeah, you do get a lot of feedback if you don't do that. As I figured out, because both of my cameras are using separate connections. It's not like I'm using one as a screen and one as a camera. They're both coming through as separate cameras. So yes, I am a greedy sod. I get 6 places on my StreamYard streams, and I take up 2. So I'm only allowed 4 people up here with me. See, that's a bit better. Hey, you're looking all right there, mate. Let's give you a bit of brown on that bit, shall we? And this is how I end up doing a lot of them. Is I don't have a specific plan. I just kind of look at it and go, "Oh yeah, I could do with that. I could do with a bit of that. I could do with a bit of that."
I was looking at that earlier and thinking, when you're painting these things, are you thinking, right, okay, I've got the blues, I'm doing blue shoulders on this set, so you do all the little grunts the same whilst you're doing them, or do you stick with one guy and work through him until you get enough of him and you add enough and he needs to dry, then move on to another?
With my Marines, I have a basic colour scheme. So my basic colour scheme with my Marines is black power armour, blue pauldrons on both sides. The majority of the weaponry will be red because most of them carry bolt weapons, which are essentially rocket propelled bullets with high explosives in. Very nice, I know. Any other weapons get painted accordingly. So if it's a plasma weapon, it'll get that. Oh, I've put them all away now, haven't I? You tit. If they have a plasma weapon, they'll get a much brighter blue and more of a glowy effect to it. Whereas if it's a flamer or a melter, it might get more of a brassy color to the weapon. But that's pretty much the only variance to get. They get a weapon variant, a weapon color variant, depending on what they're using, because they are all pretty much standard. They come in this form and they just pick up different guns. So the Space Marines, yes, they are all in a pretty standard method. The Orcs, however, they're anything but standard. They are a hodgepodge cobbled together. Let's see what we can make when we do this. It only works because we believe it does type of army. They don't need ammunition, they don't need fuel, they just need belief. If they have belief, then it works.
The two larger characters you showed me before on that short video, they're not a part of this faction at all, are they?
Which two large? Not this faction. This faction is a Xenos race. If you've been following the Eclectic Beard's Bricky summaries, he's not got to this race yet. This won't be till much further down the line. Him, basically everything else on my desk is all part of one faction. I don't want to go into too much detail into it because it'll, I've kind of ruined other things that I have planned in the future. However, I can go into my faction because it is my faction and it's not in the codex or anything like that. So in the case of these specific ones, the Stone Dragons, which are the ones that I'm painting on my own color scheme, because you won't find this in the books. They have 10 different companies, ranging from the first company, which is all your elites, all your specials, everyone who survived more than 100 years plus of war and is actually bloody good at it now. That's your first company. That's basically, you need a spear tip, they're your spear tip. My plan for the second company is I want it to be all Gravis armor, which is the big, thick, heavy armor this guy's in, as opposed to the slightly smaller armor that this guy's in. He's the lieutenant for third company, I think. Yeah, because I've not named him. So second is going to be pretty much all this big, thick, slow-moving, heavy set. Not going to get rid of us quickly type. Third, fourth, and fifth are just going to be general purpose companies from the codex. Some troops, some heavies, some fast. So you can a bit of everything. So you can take out most tasks. So I was at third, fourth, and fifth. Sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth are all reserve companies. So it'll be two companies worth of troops, one company worth of heavies, and one company worth of fast attack, in as many forms as I can get it. And then 10th company, last but not least, is the scout company, which is what I'm doing at the moment. So they're mostly your recons and your new recruits, your raw recruits that are still going through certain degrees of training. So these are all your recruits, and I haven't got any of the recon units yet, and I've lost all my viewers. Thank you very much.
No, it's got two according to this.
Oh, okay. I've not lost all my viewers. It says 0. I never keep track of any of it. Oh, okay. So my missus is still watching, so I've definitely still got a viewer.
Yeah, I was referring to the those two characters you showed us in that short vid. They're much larger in scale than these fellas I can see in front of me.
Those two characters that I showed you in that short video.
I don't think they're a part of a full set or anything you've got.
Let me find these videos.
The one that was edited.
Oh, well, it was editing. Me back up, please, and move that back over there. Thank you very much. No, wait, fucking did that on me. Storage D. Are you in there? Nope.
Could still be in your downloads.
Was it the longer one or one of the shorter ones?
The short one. You sent me a clip and I knocked it down for you.
Let me just have a quick look to see if this was... No. It's not that one. Right. No, escape.
But you remember the two characters that were on it?
No,
I'm sure they were much larger in size.
Was it this one by any chance?
No.
Not that one?
No.
Did he have a hawk?
No, let me call it back up. The second guy just looked like he could run through walls with a big helmet on him.
Second guy looked like he just run through. Then he would have been... Yes, he would have been slightly bigger than what you see the majority of these, but he would have been about that size. But on a smaller base. So his base would have been smaller. His base would have been a 32mm base as opposed to a 40mm base.
Maybe I'm just recalling it wrong, or the camera was different before. It just looked like they were, 1.5 times this size, I would have said.
Well, that would have been more like comparing him to him.
Yeah.
These are the classic Marines. The ones that have been going for years, decades even. These are the more recent variant that they're trying to phase these out for. And basically, these are the true scale Marines, what the size is supposed to be. And this is the size of a general human. Even though these are supposed to be 8 foot tall, genetically modified beasts of war. So, yeah, they have been scaling them up gradually as they've been doing it. Oh, God's sake, will this paint just fucking dry? Yeah, it has actually. That's good. Don't start beeping at me. You're supposed to be charging. Charge, you son of a bitch. Come on. There we go. Thank you. Just show me that little lightning bolt in the battery. That's all I need. Yep, there we go. So yeah, they're scaling them up slowly but surely. Like these scouts have pretty much been phased out already into 2 different units. I don't see them making it much longer as part of the range. 2, maybe 3 years at most, and then they're phased out completely. Because you have other units now that fulfill their roles. So for the snipers, there is a unit of heavy snipers that I can get for the Primaris range that will count as a recon squad. So that 10th company that I'm working on, where all these scouts would go, also has heavy, fast, and troop slots, as well as HQ selections. Whereas as just plain scouts, they tend not to have any of those. You can put a special weapon in the squad or in the unit, or you can put a heavy weapon in the unit to kind of help balance them out, but they tend not to be specifically for any one role. So by the time you get to it, it's like, yeah, they can do a bit of anything, but they're not the best at everything and anything. So they've kind of more dedicated the role to them now. So now when you buy to start collecting box specifically for Space Marines, you get the recon troops. You get a lot of them that are just lightweight armor, get to hide away in places on the board before your deployment, get to move before your opponent actually takes a first turn or before you take a first turn, so you can push them up further and try and take the midfield early if you wanted to, or you could just get them into a better position where they're not going to get shot at as easily and they're going to be able to weather any storm that gets thrown at their way early on, especially if you're going second. There's a very, very big issue with this game is for who goes first, who goes second. Because if I get to go first and I can see all your army, and for instance, bugger, put you back, please, thank you. The game I had against Ezza. Now this was very much a veteran versus a noob, so none of this was Ezza's fault. This was just me being a twat at his request, but it was me being a twat. He deployed very badly. He put everything that was big and that he really wanted to keep out of line of sight until he could draw a bead on me and get the most out of it. He put all that straight in line of sight so that if I got first turn, I could see it and I could shoot it. And with me bringing a lot of anti-vehicle and anti-elite firepower to that battle, because I was supposed to be facing an elite army as well as just Ezra, who I knew was just going to field tanks. He was going to bring his big, heaviest tank that could. If I just came face for infantry, I was going to get blown off the table. So I knew I had to bring something that was going to deal damage to heavy things. I may have gone a bit overkill on it, but that's what I took. So yeah, I did. He put everything in line of sight for me, and I blew him off the table in 2 turns. 3 technically, but he didn't get his third. But that's because I'm now playing to the new Space Marine strength, which is full units dedicated to one thing. Whereas what they used to do is just stick a little bit of it in a unit and then a little bit more in that unit. So I'd have 5 guys with bolt guns, 4 guys with bolt guns and 1 guy with a big missile launcher. It's only really the missile launcher guy who can damage a vehicle, but the rest of the guys can still shoot and hope for the best. Since they've done the range refresh, now full units just get the weapon that you need. So my Hellblasters, every single one of them's got a plasma gun, whereas usually I'd only have 1 plasma gun within a unit of 10. Say 1 plasma gun, 1 missile launcher. Everybody else just has standard weapons. Now everyone gets the special weapon. Which reminds me, we are due a new release. I think it's the beginning of next year where we get the missile launcher squads. Which I wouldn't mind because I do like missile launchers. They're quite versatile. They can do a bit of anti-infantry and they can do a bit of anti-tank. Very, very good for that. Depending which missile you stick in there. Much better than las cannons. I don't like las. Well, I do like las cannons because they're what pretty much killed Ezra's big tank, just like some like 30-odd wound tank, and one unit with 6 las cannons and a few missile launchers just bombarded its tail and pretty much wiped it off the table in one round of shooting. Then my other melter dudes came in and finished it off afterwards. So yeah, it was a very unfair battle between me and Ezra, because I was geared to be able to take him on, but he wasn't knowledgeable enough to know my army to be able to counter it. Whereas I knew his army before we played. I'd played against his army. Because a different friend, has the same force or similar force. He's actually got a much larger force, but none of the annoying shoot out of line of sight stuff that Ezra has, which I'm glad of. That was probably his best option, would have been to take the "you can't see me, but I can still shoot you" tanks, and then just clog me up with infantry. Because of my tendency to take anti-elite, infantry is something I actually struggle with. Because you need volume of fire to take out infantry. You don't need powerful hits. I'm supposed to be doing this in camera. I'm really bad at this, remembering to do stuff on camera stuff. I know. Had Ezra took much more infantry as opposed to his putting all his points into his one big tank that I could take out in one shot, because it was only one target. I would just focus fire and bring it down. I've got a feeling next time I face Ezra, I will not be so lucky. He will be having a lot more infantry on the field, a lot more lighter weight, but equally as worrying tanks. Don't get me wrong, the tank that he brought, yeah, he could have kicked the fuck out of me if it got a chance to. I just couldn't let it get that chance. If I did, then our game would have been a much, much different outcome.
How often do you get to have a battle? How many have you had, and do you lose many?
I've not had many since lockdown. I've not had many as one. I've had about 3. One of them I did stream on here, so technically a battle report, which I won. It's depending on who the opponent is, depends on my chances of winning. I have one friend who is getting there with these tactical decisions, but I'm still able to put him in positions that favor me. So the one we did on the stream, I was really worried. I was thinking, like, look, I'm gonna get my absolute head staved in here. He's got these units that are just gonna, if he concentrates them and just charges them at me, I haven't really got a defense for that. So what I had to do is I had to put him on the back foot first of all, and then get him to split those units up so I could deal with them. Which he did. I didn't expect him to. I thought, look, I'll try and bait him over here with 3 of them, see if it works, and it did. So he came over. He split his 2 more powerful units up just to try and save his warriors. Bad idea, because that means that I got to focus down the 3 that he left over there on their own, and then bring everything else round to bear on the 3 that he'd brought across. So a bit of a bad tactical decision for him, but it allowed me to get the win. My brother-in-law, however, I usually lose. He likes tactical RTS games, so he likes finding out mechanics and little ways to make things work together. And okay, if I play this with this and this and this, then all these rules just come and click together and make that happen. He's very good at that. So I struggle against him because he comes out with strategies that I'm not prepared for, and I'm a very much all-round army. If it's a bit of a horde, I'm supposed to be able to take that on. If it's a bit of elite, I'm supposed to be able to take that on, and I can do a bit of everything. He'll build to a brief almost. So he wants his army to do X, Y, Z, and he wants to use this, that, and that to do it. So he'll have a very clear goal in mind, and he'll build to that strength. He also likes building elite armies, which is why I have a tendency to build anti-elite armies. Because the last time I've won against him is when I've built anti-elite armies that he's not been able to deal with, and I've been able to put out some quite punishing rounds, especially the shooting phases. Because that is the strong point of this army that I use, is they are very good shots.
And how long does a battle generally take? I mean, I guess it'll depend what you bring, how many factions, how it's scaled up. But for the sort of battles you've been having, what sort of time frame?
Generally, I play about 2,000 points, which is actually quite a large army. I'll be bringing, even though this is an elite army, I'll still be bringing 50 or 60 models. Those can go for hours, depending on how well each person knows their own army, how well the opponent knows their army and your army. So if it's a brand new code, a brand new book with brand new rules, it's going to take a lot longer to play because we just don't know the new rules off by heart anymore. So we're constantly flicking through the book, and are you sure that's how that's worded and how that's supposed to play out? And we'll go flick through the book and just double check that we are reading the rules right and we are playing it right, and just we're not missing anything. Because these rules written all over books that you can just miss because you weren't looking in the right section. You weren't even looking in the section where this rule is, and all that rule could have actually saved your ass. One example one is if you're in cover. So there's some cover. If I can get it into camera, there's some cover. So you shift out of the way a minute, moron, because you're on a finger. Okay, so all them guys are now stood behind that barricade. If it'll zoom in. Yep, there we go. All them guys are now stood behind that barricade. Okay, so shooting at them not going to be a good idea. You're going to hit the wall first. These guys decide they want to run in, and just fine. We'll just jump over the barricade and stab you in the face. Not a problem. You get a rule called Overwatch, which means they get to shoot at these before they come into charge. Or they can set to defend, which will give them extra attacks when they do get charged. But that set to defend, you don't find out until much further on in the book, in the advanced rules. So if you just go off the basic rules, you wouldn't have a clue that you can go, oh, so I can take away their bonuses and I get a bonus. I'm going to do that then. I'm not going to bother wasting these special points that I have just to try and see if I can shoot them and only hit on sixes. No. I'll set to defend. I'll take their bonuses for charging away, and then I get bonuses to my attacks when they charge me. I'll do that. Always made more sense to me, so that's what I would do. But if you don't know about that rule, then you can't use it because you've no idea it exists. And if your opponent doesn't know about it, they can't tell you. I am quite, well, I think I'm quite a nice opponent because I will tell if I think there's a rule that you've missed, or I think there's something that you could have done that you didn't know about. I will tell you, like, look, this rule exists on.
I could see that getting heated, you know.
Well, there is another game called Necromunda. Basically, have a small gang skirmish game, so you only have about 10 models ish each. I think I had 5 in my gang. And yes, it got heated because we was running a 6-gang campaign between me, my brother-in-law, and a couple of my friends. And there was a couple of spare gangs going around just to make up the numbers. So I played, well, me and my brother-in-law played whatever the excess gang was whenever it was needed. So I was playing one of these excess gangs that my brother-in-law had built and geared up and kitted out. And I was playing them against his actual chosen gang. My first turn, I take out his leader, 2 of his gangers, and made one of his champions run off the board. And at that point, I mean, he's not even taken an activation. He's not done anything. This is the first thing I've done in the game. And he just goes, I quit. I quit. I'm not playing this game again. And we've not played for years. Because I was lucky enough to go, right, I've got my big heavy weapon in this nice big vantage point, and because it was all true line of sight, if you put your head behind the model, like so, and go, right, what can he see? Well, he can actually see that guy over there. And he's thinking, no, I've put him behind this barrier. Yeah, but I can see his arm and his leg sticking out. So yeah, you get a cover, but I can still shoot at him. I got really lucky on the hit dice, and big heavy weapon mowed through a few of them. His little champion guy saw his captain and 2 of his mates get shot to hell, panicked and ran off. So out of the 7 guys he had on the table, 4 of them had gone by the end of my first activation. It wasn't even the first turn. It's just my first activation. Yeah, he just quit straight off, because I understand why he quit, because there was no way he was coming back from it. Not a chance. I had people advancing up with other weapons round to flank him, and I set my heavy weapon guy up over a very nice kill zone. It was the second game we played that night, and it was about to be the second time he'd lost to me that night as well. So it was rather frustrating for him. But it's also frustrating for me, because if you've got no opponent, then you're not playing. You're not getting the fun out of playing. So you need an opponent to play. Well, you don't, but playing with yourself is a bit. You can't do it on the internet. Let's put it that way. Not on YouTube. No playing with yourself on YouTube. So yeah, not having an opponent for a few years is a bit of a downside. But I have got to play him at 40k, which he proceeded to completely kick my ass. Me being a ranged army and him being a psychic melee army, he just ran up into me and just started hacking and slashing with his swords, and my guys just fell like fucking butter. What am I going to do? Hit you with the butt of a gun while you've got this energy weapon that just goes through my armor? Yeah, great. Thanks. Wonderful. I died in the droves. Well, it comes back to the video I did with EB, actually. When I was on about if you was going to play Psychers, you either go all or nothing. So I went nothing, because there was no point against his entire army of them, because every single unit can cast psychic powers, and I had, well, I've actually got 3 guys that can cast that can be classified as psychers, but that would take up all my HQ slots, so I wouldn't be able to put my captain in, which gives me other abilities like re-rolling ones to hit, or my lieutenant, which gives me re-rolling ones on wounds. Which are much more useful than being able to potentially, if your dice rolls right, pull off 1 or 2 psychic powers a turn. Having complete rerolls across most of your army is just, yeah, I'll take that every day. Every day. I hit on 3s and I reroll 1s. That means I'm only ever going to miss on a 2. And it's a 6-sided dice. Greasy, I know, but it's the tactic I play with, because it's the tactic that works best for this army. You don't hit, you don't miss, you always wound, and your opponent's really relying on their armor save just to make it through. If they don't, then guess what? They ain't getting there. Oh god, I've got 2 Instagrams. no, it is not a message from Joey to come up. Right. I've got to keep an eye out for some things like that. Although, no, because people will just click on the link now, won't they? Dumbass. See, told you we're stupid. Yeah, so it depends who I'm playing, what army they're playing, and if I'm tactically sound enough to begin with. I mean, I've lost against everybody I've played against, and I've won against everybody I've played against, and I've lost to everybody but Ezra. But I've only ever played Ezra once, and he learned his lesson. I don't expect it to be an easy fight afterwards. There is another friend I've got who hasn't played for a number of years, who at one point had a 15-0 win ratio against me. And that's using the same army that Ezra's using at the moment. It took my other friend using a very underpowered army that was just getting its backside kicked off everybody, who finally brought that win streak to an end because he had a special type of grenade that the guard player wasn't aware of. So he thought, yeah, I'm just going to charge my tanks and I'm just going to run you over. I've got EMP grenades, mate. 4+, you losing wounds. And he just bombarded with EMP grenades and took out all his tanks. And end of the battle for that. End of his win streak as well. It's like, yes. It didn't help that he built his army to beat my orcs, which is what I was playing majority at the time. My Space Marines were in shambles, in bits, and I'd not got a lot of the newer forces that are now out. So, yeah, he was kicking my orc's ass because he went into the shop and said, my friend uses this unit in this fashion. How do I beat it? And they just said, yeah, tanks, throw down templates, pie plate him to death. So, oh, great. Large blast templates, lots of them. And that's what he did. And it worked. It was effective. It kicked the whole living crap out of me and everybody else. And when you're fighting against a tank that's throwing down on your 6 foot by 4 foot board, one tank's throwing down a 5-inch circular template, and you've got 5 of these tanks, they're hitting quite a lot of stuff and they're taking quite a lot of stuff out. Luckily, they don't use templates anymore. They just have a random number to hit, which is much, much better for me, because chances of them taking out a full unit is very, very slim now. Whereas at one point, if I group my guys together too much, so if I was to, let's see that 5-man little squad there, well, if he placed the template right there, it would actually cover all 10. Just about. It could get it to touch all 10. So it hit 2 units. Whereas now you can only actually target 1 unit and you can only hit that 1 unit. So I'm happy to change that rule because I don't get splatted with a template anymore. And because I keep my units small, he doesn't get his extra rule that allows him to get more shots because there's more of me. Yes, I play tactically. I build tactically as well. Some people call that greasy. Some people call that cheating. I call that exploitation of rules. Do with that information as you wish. But yeah, I call it exploitation of rules. And I tend to keep it that way.
Oh, it's more like being a good Boy Scout, being prepared.
Yeah. And damn right. With the new edition, the what used to be a template, so you would put a plastic piece of a circular piece of whatever down on the board, then you would roll a scatter dice to see if it moved anywhere. Basically, see if you got it on target. It could be devastating, especially to horde armies, because you could be taking out vast swathes of the damn things. Now it'll be heavy D6. So you'll roll a D6 dice, and that's how many shots it gets to fire. If it's over 5 men, so if I was to take him and put him in that unit, so that's now a 6-man unit, the minimum he could roll is a 3. Make it a 5-man squad, and no, he gets whatever he rolls. So if he rolls a 2, he only gets 2 shots. So there you go. There's your 2 shots. I've still got 3 guys left. As I said, with a template, he would have been able to take out all 10 just by missing by an inch. It was placed it there, scattered this way, just a little bit, still get them all. Take out 2 units for shooting at 1. So I wasn't happy with that. So I'm really glad they've changed it. Right. Now that they're all done, I can get cracking with green again. This was the point that I wanted us. I believe I have lost my companionship in the living room. Basically, Mrs. has gone to bed. See, why does that sound like it's freshly opening every time? And that doesn't happen with any other Games Workshop paint. Just this green. It sounds like it's opening fresh every time. Which is a great thing, because it means I've sealed it properly when I closed it a minute ago. But still, it throws me. Come on. Yeah, that's going to be good. Let's paint the bottom of the base, shall we? Let's give it something to stick to when I put it down. And stop banging the microphone. Some nice green cloaks across the... But I can leave back there shadowed. Green, green, green. Yeah, I can leave right underneath his gusset. Oh yeah, there you go. Said I'll show you when I can see when I could get one a bit earlier on. See the size of that cod piece? Oh, frigging huge.
He's fixated, man.
He's massive. He's fucking massive. It's not even like he's wearing fatigues. It's not even like he's wearing power armor or some kind of big...
Are you sure he's not compensating? Have you seen what he's carrying?
That's a standard weapon for him. That's just bog standard for a Space Marine, something like that. That's easy. The guy who's overcompensating is him. Look at the size of that fucker. That's his gun.
It's a little fat thing.
Yeah. That's his gun. They're usually mounted on vehicles for every other army. Nope, he carries it around.
I take it he don't move so fast.
No, he moves fine. 6 inches, same as everybody else. He just takes a -1 to hit if he moves. Penalty if he moves. So instead of hitting on 3s, he hits on 4s. That's it. They are superhumans after all, biologically engineered to be stronger, faster, tougher, more resilient, etc. So it's not like it's out of place for them to be able to do that. But still, it's a fucking big gun. A very fucking big gun. Then again, I've got guys carrying las cannons, and those are fucking huge and all. The metal, them bloody las cannons, so they fall over constantly. Because the body's plastic, the arms are plastic, the legs are plastic. But the big gun that they've got on the shoulder that extends out just as far as the fucking model is metal. The only counterweight he's got is really a little backpack on his, and yeah, it's not that effective really to counterweight. I dumped that in way too far. That means I've got green up to the feral again. See, this is where my bad painting techniques come in. Because you're not supposed to get paint up to the feral, because that's how you end up breaking your brushes. Because it all gets jammed up in there and starts to split the brushes apart, or the bristles apart, at the very, very base up here. Get it in camera, up here. So the paint usually, if you get it up to there, it does make it much more difficult to clean them and get it back to standard and a good condition again. Which means I've got a lot of brush cleanings to do soon. I might do that when the pest control comes out to sort them squirrels out on Thursday. Yeah, squirrel, I have pest control to come and get rid of your family.
Well, the grey shouldn't really be here, should it? It's upsetting the balance with the red.
We don't get reds anywhere near here.
Well, no, not so many places in the UK now. They've been driven out by the grey. I think Wales still has some, Scotland has some, and I'm not sure about the north of England anymore. Used to see them though when I was young.
North England doesn't have it anymore. Basically, we've now got the Scilly Isles down south, which is a sanctuary for red squirrels. I think that's where it is. I think that's where Wallet's from anyway. And that's where the mother-in-law said she was going to on holiday that year. I say that year. I think it was this year she went. Oh, for fuck's sake, what's going on with my phone again? How do, Steve? Fucking hell, you finally got here for a live stream, have you? Again. Now, Steve is one of the other people I should have played when I was playing Ezra. Shouldn't I have, Steve? Or Steve?
Well, for one of you, that was a lucky escape.
Well, my army was built to take him on. He's another Grey Knight player. And as I said, I lose to Grey Knights because of their melee capabilities. So I built to face Steve. It just so happened that it was effective against Ezra as well. I had a lot more models with me, but I just decided the one force would do. I think I took a total of about 2 armies up with me. Or 2. Yeah. Enough to make 2 armies from everything that I've got. Fucking far too much that I've got. Far too much that I've got. I'll say too much. It's not too much. I need more. I don't need. I want more. I need to total 1,000 models in total. 1,000 infantry by the end of it, not including dreadnoughts and tanks. I've only got 3 dreadnoughts at the minute, and technically 1 tank. I don't like tanks though. Too big, too easy to see, and too easy to take off the board.
Aren't you forbidden from getting any more parts or anything until you've caught up and painted everything that you possess?
Why do you think I'm doing this? There is a possibility I may end up getting some models, but they'll be through donations and other people that give them to me. I am not allowed to purchase anymore. None at all.
But gifts are okay.
But gifts are okay. I mean, who turns down a gift? It's rude. It's rude. It's not polite. Oh, thank you very much, Dee. I'm not that. Oh, you're calling me ugly? Damn, I'm Adonis compared to you, mate. Oh shit, January. I forgot about that. I've got to book my tickets. Fuck. This time I'm not letting you go to the pub until I kick your ass off. I'm going to be wearing my Joey Edibles t-shirt as I come up and do it. Yeah, that's fine. Bring your 6 baby carriers. Bring your 4 dreadnoughts. Because, yeah, those are the shit I can kill easiest.
You just told him what you're bringing. That's not a wise move, is it?
Doesn't matter. I'm bringing 3 units of 5 intercessors. I'm going to be bringing 2 units of eradicators. I'm going to be bringing 2 units of Blade Guard veterans. I'm going to be bringing Centurion Devastators. I'm going to be bringing a captain, and I'm going to be bringing a lieutenant. He knows exactly what all them is, so that means I've got a melee front line. I have anti-infantry mid-range, and I have a fuckload of anti-tank and anti-elite. So I am taking a bit to take care of anything. So if you swarm me, then my melee is going to hit you first. Intercessors are 2 wounds each. It's the Blade Guard veterans, the heavy intercessors, the eradicators that all have 3 wounds each, and the Centurion Devastators have 5 wounds each, and a toughness 5 as well. So yeah, that's going to be fun. All right, so I've now got a nice lot of green. Fuck's sake, with this charger, it's doing my head in now. No, Google. I wasn't talking to you. Do one. So let's see if I can. I say bloody stupid piece of shit crap. There we go. Green cloaks. 12 match. Where's he gone? Him. Even though he's bigger. Yeah, the flying stuff I'll be worried about more than the Land Raider. Land Raider's got to go round buildings, so that's fine. I'm not bothered about that. Once he shows peeks his head around the building, my eradicators will just double fire on it. And bye bye. Added my eradicators, don't let my Centurion devastate as well. And either way, bye bye. I will pump my fucking CP into that bleeder if I need to, just as I did with the Baneblade, because I needed it. I think it's 40 wounds I had to take off the damn thing in total. So eventually I got there and just plowed everything into it until it went kaboom. Same with his Lehman Russ, which was about another 13 wounds. Pumped enough into that until it went kaboom, and just left the crap that wasn't going to hurt me alone until I had to deal with it. Just take out all the threats first. But you're going to go, oh, but I can deep strike, aren't you, Steve? Yeah, you see, but I've got Arspec scan. I'll spend the fucking 2 CP and take the -1 to hit just to blow you off the table in your own fucking turn. Yeah, fucking try and sneak in next to me. I'll have you. See, knowing your opponent, knowing your army, this is what I mean by the advantage that I had over Ezra. I know Steve's army is a predominantly deep strike, so coming very close to you, like teleporting or dropping in from different areas, and they'll cut down the range very quickly rather than starting at the other side of the pod and trooping across.
Can you play mind games in this? Can you, set somebody up, let them think you're going to go a certain way, and then turn up with something completely different to counter it?
Yeah. I mean, that entire army I've just listed to go see Steve next time. I could just turn up with a completely different set of models and a completely different army that is just not that way.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. The army I've just listed was predominantly shooting. 6 models in total would have been good in melee. The rest of the entire army was just good at shooting. I could change that around quite easily and just go all out melee and just go, haha, surprise, I'm charging you. Or just go dreadnoughts, take the big machines that he's not going to be able to do as much damage to as quickly, because Grey Knights do struggle with dealing big damage with everything except for their baby carriers, as he's put them. Great big whopping bleeding things with big fist swords, and a guy literally strapped to the front of this machine like a baby carrier. It looks ridiculous, but the stats are okay. So yeah, I could take different things. I could go all fast. I could take my bikes. and other things so that he can't, when he teleports in, tries to go, right, I'm going to come and get you. It's like, no, I'm fucking off 14 inches away and you can only move 5. You're not going to get into melee with me because I'm too fast. And I'm just going to shoot you from range. Blah, 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 blah. I could take it in various different ways. Heck, I could go, yeah, you're expecting Space Marines? I'm bringing Orcs, which is just a completely different faction entirely. Which would probably mess him up a little bit, but then I realised, you dickhead, you brought a Stomper. I'm just going to kill that first and then mop up the rest afterwards. The same thing that happened with Ezra. I took out his big thing and just mopped up the rest afterwards. So I could make that not so much mistake, but I could go down that route as well if I wanted. Having 2 armies helps. Or I could, yeah, there's lots of different ways I could go. I can't look because my armies are all on here at the moment. But it is getting ridiculous to the amount of troops, the amount of selections I've got. I think I've got at least 9 choices in every area except for dedicated transport. So at least 9 heavy support choices, at least 9 fast attack choices. I think I've actually got about 26 troops choices, 30 odd different elite choices, and about 30 HQ choices as well. So yeah, I've got a selection to go. That. I don't have to feel the same army every time. How you doing, bro? I'm okay. Fam's asleep. So I'm hoping they're okay because I'm not hearing anything from upstairs. It implies they're okay. It does. It does imply they're okay. What was he up to? What was he doing? See, you got me talking now. I forgot what I'm up to. I've done the cloaks. I've done the dry brushing on them. None of the other scouts are actually dry yet, properly. You're finally going to pick that Stomper up. Thank fuck for that. That's been over a year. Or near enough a year anyway. In fact, I'm going to go find out. When did he finish that? Mr. Ryan. I've got a feeling I know who you are. Are you short and bald by any chance? If you are, then yeah. Refer it to Laz, please. Because I think it's, yeah, I think that's who I think it is. God, I didn't think you'll be watching. How you doing, man? How you doing? Very, very rare that I actually get a friend from real life actually coming up on these streams. I just happen to have one this time. He only lives down the fucking road as well. Okay. Doesn't play this game, but he's aware of it.
So you could see the fear in your eyes then. It was obvious it was somebody that knows you personally, and you're going, please, please, shh, say nothing.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Is Laz on here? Fuck off, I'm deleting. In fact, can I delete that from here? No, I can't delete that from here. I'm going to have to go in through that way to get rid of that one. Yeah, that one, mate, is being removed for a very, very obvious reason. It's Laz as far as I'm concerned online, please.
And Julie on Sundays.
No, not Julie on Sundays. He knows my Sunday name. He uses it. So yeah, I've deleted that message for an obvious reason. I keep it as Laz while I'm on this channel and I'm online. It's a lot easier for me. But thank you very much for showing up. You rule, dude. You rule. In fact, I'll probably see you at some point this week. I know. Was it yesterday I saw you? Was it yesterday or the day before? I can't fucking remember. We're on Tuesday today. Yeah, we're on Tuesday today. Yeah. So yeah, it was definitely yesterday. That's what the fuck? thought you'd be in bed by now, Ma. Yeah, so you can tell when somebody comes in who have. Steve's a different matter because although I know Steve in real life,
it was the fear in your eyes that gave it away.
Steve lives like, yeah, fuck, I gotta get on a train and go see Steve. Ma, no, Ma could be at my door in 10 minutes if you really wish to. Literally knocking on, ding, 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 ding. Do you want to go on? So, fuck, I'm in the middle of a stream, mate.
Right, lads, I'm going to drop out of here for the time being. It's knocking on a little bit in time. I just popped in to keep you company, but it's nice to have a chat. And you've got some people here with you, so I'll drop into the background and I'll catch up with you a bit later on.
No worries, man. There's a link at the top if anyone's wishing to join up. Thanks very much for calling up, Buzzard. It's been fun explaining this to you and having a chat. Thank you very much. Now I've got to decide what I'm doing next because, as I said, I've been through the cloaks now. So his light tan leather, his slightly darker leather, and then where's he gone? And he's much more. See, 3 different forms. They've come out much better than I thought they would. He's probably come out the best overall. If I can get him in fucking shot, that might help. There we go. He's probably come out best overall, but he still needs the black contrast over him. In fact, that's the next bit I'm going to do. I'm genius. Boom! I've got black contrast paint, and I need to put black contrast paint on him. So why not I use the black contrast paint on him? Contrast snakebite, contrast Astra Militarum grey. Aha! How do you get live? There should be a link at the top of the screen, Steve. If you click that, it'll take you through StreamYard. Just please say you've got a headphone set up this time, because that echo just it rings through your ears. It really does. It just gets right into your ears and just. Oof. I mean, I've kept mine down as minimum as I can to try. No guarantee it's going to work with mine because I'm using the phone. I think I'm still getting some feedback from the phone. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I'm still getting some feedback. Which is the brush size I wish to use for this? I want nice big pack of paintbrushes. You always need a nice selection of brushes to do these. Click on the link that I've pinned. I should have pinned. Let me check. Yeah, he's pinned at the top. So if you click on that link, device not connected for Mars. They will need to connect their mic / cam before you can add them to stream. Okay, so something's not set up, is what it's telling me. Which is okay, it shouldn't take you too long. So, Ma, what are you doing up this late? Because I thought you would have crashed by now, had a bit of a drink. That's Ma, not Mars, because that's going to confuse the fuck out of some people. Where have you gone, you son of a bitch? There you are. Right, so now I need to try and fill in all these areas again. Where I've gone over too heavily with the dry brush. Ah, Scheißen. Oh, no, that worked. Okay, that's fine. You've had 2 buds and you're going to have 2 more. No worries. To be quite honest, I've been inside for like 2.5 hours now. I've not been for a sec. It's definitely starting to get to me a little bit. But my phone's only got 15% fucking battery in it, so it's not like I can take it outside with me. Other boo. Ooh, what have you got?
Because you're normally only a bearer. Get you a good couple of buds, and you're usually all right. Yes, I know. I don't drink, so it doesn't make a difference to me. Yeah, there's something going wrong, Mars. Your either your camera or your headset or something isn't quite connected or set up right. So it won't let me bring you up just yet. Mark, that's another thing. If you're ever feeling the want to become or possibly propel yourself into the next YouTube sensation, if you want to come up, just let me know. I'll drop you a link. Don't think Motty's going to be up here though. Can I say that word on YouTube? I just have, I suppose, but no, he's still not coming up, Mars. I'll just get a strike if they don't want me to say the word Motty, I suppose. Oh, nope, see, keep an eye on my camera. That way I can actually keep an eye on what's in the fucking screen. Right. I'm going to have to apologise in a minute because I am going to have to take a small break. And I don't have any hold music. Doesn't that suck? Oh, in fact, I do. Well, I don't, but I do. There's a band that I went to see over in Yorkshire. Yeah, I know. Some people are going to call me a traitor for going over the border. This is a very nice band that I got to see live free of charge. Called Skip Rats. It's clicked it but buzzed, but what's the matter is it's saying device is not connected, so something they will need to connect their mic/cam before I can add them to stream. So something's not quite connected right. And that's what the problem is. I can't get Mars up just yet. Or Steve, depending what you want to call him. Because he's Steve in there, but he's going to be coming up as Mars up here. There we go. Oh, that's looking better now, isn't it? Nice black armor. Nice brown robes. Big blue shoulder pads. Or shoulder pad. And a nice half a skeleton strapped to a golden banner. Yes. So I'm going to need a lot more of this black contrast paint, I think. I'm going to need a lot more of it. Fucking things over this side. See, camera awareness. I ain't too great on when it's two cameras. If it's just that one, hi, how you doing? If it's just that one, I'm fine. As soon as they give me two cameras, I'm screwed. I'm never sure which one I should be looking at. So I'm thinking I'm looking at that one, but I'm actually painting in this one. It's difficult, you know. All these people doing it and just like, yeah, just do that and do that. You fucking just do that and do that. I bloody can't. I forget which one I'm looking at half the time. Nice black contrast picks. They need to dull him, although I want him nicely earth tonedy and to a degree realistic, I'll say. So the tones I'll use, I want to be slightly more real than like bright, gaudy yellows and blues and greens. I don't want them to be standing out that much. I would like, yeah, just enough of it to fucking heights. Focus, you son of a. There we go. So if I was to do his eyes in a little bit of, let's take that off there so it's a bit brighter around the back of his hood. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Now his armor actually looks black as opposed to grey. Ow. 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 Fucking spike right up my cuticle, you son of a. So I'm going to cut them fucking spikes off one of these days, I know it. I've already snapped like 5 of them off that guy. Because it just kept going. Fuck it, you can have 3 at the top. So that's what I've done. I've left him with them 3 and snapped all the others off because they was doing me at him. Nope, do it in front of the camera, you dick. That's the whole point of this. Black contrast on there to cover up that brown. Is it going to cover up that brown? Just about. Just about. Aha! I have an option now. An option now. You've not got headphones on. You've not got headphones on.
No, we haven't got fucking headphones. Where's the fucking camera?
I don't know.
You've not got headphones on. You've not got headphones on.
And you've also got YouTube still on.
And you've also got YouTube still on. I don't know. You've not got headphones on.
Alright, hang on. Calm down. It's off YouTube now.
Fucking half a job, Scouser.
Shut up, you.
Right, yeah, I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Right, yeah, I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Right, alright, bear with me. Just bear with me. Try that now.
Right, okay. How's that working?
Hold that.
Right, okay. How's that working?
Nope,
Well,
still getting feedback.
It's fine on your
Nope,
side.
still getting feedback.
You're still getting feedback.
Yep, I can hear me in my
I
headphones.
can hear me in my headphones.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
It's because your microphone is picking up this sound. So you
Yeah.
sound,
Yeah, no, that needs to be miles away.
turn down your sound.
I have. Trust me.
Nip to the pound shop and get some headphones.
To the pound shop and get some headphones.
A pound shop.
Yeah.
Right, mate. Poundland round here is not Poundland no more. It's like 253 quid in a fiver. What are you doing now?
What am I doing? I'm painting a captain.
What am I doing? I'm painting a captain.
Right, okay. Is that echoing now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
You need a headset and no sound.
Oh, it's not my bloody fault, is it?
No, it's not.
I can't afford a headset yet. So I'm just going to have to wiggle jiggle with the bed. So that's where the microphone is. If I put the microphone all the way over there. Right.
Right, let's try it now.
Right, let's try it now.
Right.
Nope, see,
1, 2, 3.
Nope,
Testicles.
see.
Testicles.
you shouldn't have 3 testicles
You
and
shouldn't have 3 testicles and
react to whenever I speak.
react to whenever I speak.
And there's a shite. Hey, they won the other night, didn't he, Rotherham?
Did they?
Did they?
Ah, no wonder we didn't hear from him. He was
Ah,
probably
no
out
wonder we
getting
didn't hear from him.
celebrating.
He was probably out getting celebrating.
Pissed as a fart.
Oh, that usually doesn't stop him though.
He ran me up. He ran me up last week.
Oh, aye.
Just out the blue. Yeah, he just ran me up out the blue. I like Paul.
That sounds like someone who's just been on
That sounds like someone who's just been on
the
No, he was No, he was in work.
all right.
Yeah.
You're not bloody busy then. Yes, get back to work, you lazy son.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. He rang me, and then it was like, oh, hang on, I've got to go. Rang me again. Hang on a minute, I've got to go. So
Every 5 minutes.
yeah. But the daft thing is, after he refurbished the shop, he said, I want to do less hours. I said, all right, so you don't have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. And he went, no, it's great. So what time do you get up now? 6.
6.
That's no bleeding difference, is it?
6.
Yeah, instead of 4.
No.
But apparently he goes home at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
See, that's better. You get a bit more afternoon.
You get a bit more afternoon to yourself.
No, he doesn't go home till 5.
Oh, that's a bit shit.
Yeah, I know. I told him it's called delegation.
Yeah, but it depends who you're delegating to.
Yeah,
I know.
There's no point delegating to fucking Gonzo.
No, I'm talking about the people in the shop. You know, I mean, delegation.
Yeah, but if he's got a Gonzo working for him, don't.
Yeah, I know, but you got to trust your lieutenants and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And then
No, you
put it
don't.
off home, do what you need to do. Kick his son's arses.
Yeah, that'll be the better one. Get his sons in there and go look at your fucking livelihood.
Oh, mate, I wish he was here. Because I'll just turn around and go, look. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Don't like taunting people behind the backs. So anyway, what have you been up to?
Good point, Isaac. Yeah. Right, say again.
I said, what have you been up to? We haven't spoken to you for a while.
Well, you joined this late, so I'll go back through for a recap for all those new people.
Well, I don't know, I haven't spoken to you for about 2 weeks.
I know, so I'm going to give you a recap of what I've been doing.
Okay, fair enough.
Apart from my usual kids do the live stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's been these scouts. It's been a pain in my ass.
Scouts?
Yeah, all 35 of them.
You're in charge of scouts?
No, these fucking scouts, you moron.
Oh, you dippot.
Oh, see these things?
Yeah. I've painted a few pleasure.
Well, I've got 35 of them on the desk here.
Oh, I can see it all now. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, okay, I can see him.
So, I found the metal ones. Took them in, to get the paint off them. Stripped it down with a paintbrush. Realised I can't be asked for that, so I used my dripper.
I just normally dip them in Deckle for about 20 minutes and use a toothbrush.
Well, no, this was in acetone. I left them in for 2 days. And it just wasn't moving fast for me. I know, Buzzard.
I've turned everything down as much as I can, Buzzard.
Yeah, what he refuses to do, however, is get headphones.
Right, well, once I get fucking money, I can buy a pair. Right?
You said that last time.
Oh, come on, mate. I'm buying fucking 3 3D printers. costing me 500 quid for 1,800 pound, 1,800 quid's worth of printers.
You can get a £3 pair of fucking headphones.
£3 pair of fucking headphones.
Oh yeah, Poundland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all it needs to be. You've got a microphone.
All it needs to be.
Stop
You've got a
getting the
microphone.
sound.
Stop. I'm getting the sound.
Yeah, it's all right, fine, fair enough. Stop shouting at me. I should get a pair of headphones and a speaker and a microphone from Poundland.
Well, your microphone's fine.
Well, your microphone's fine. Your microphone, people.
Well, what is it? The headphones that have got to take the reverberation out.
Yeah, essentially, you've got to take your
You've got to take your
sound out of it.
sound out of it.
Right, okay.
For some reason, your noise cancellation is not working.
Your noise cancellation is not working.
Mm.
I'm not sure why.
Well, I could do that on
Sure
Discord,
why.
but I don't know why I can't do it on this.
Settings.
Settings.
Yeah,
Audio.
yeah, for me, I'm actually on speakers 6. It's as low as it can bloody go.
Have you got the echo cancellation?
Have you got the echo cancellation?
Hang on. Speakers. Microphone. I'm on settings. Microphone. Allow access on this device. Choose your microphone stores. Allow desktop. Discord, Messenger. Speech runtime. Google
It'll
Chrome.
be at the
It'll be at the
Top somewhere. Allow apps to access your microphone. Speech.
share screen.
share screen.
Share that one.
Active
Share.
diagnostics and
Right.
feedback. Oh,
Settings.
Settings.
Audio. Is that echo cancellation switch?
Is that echo cancellation switch?
Hang on, let me find it. Right, how the bloody hell do I get to that?
Should be at
You know,
below
Should
the.
Below the
right, sign up for free.
You should already be in. You should already because you've got
You've
a
got
camera and a mic.
you've got a camera mic.
Settings.
Yeah,
Settings.
it says sign up for free and log in.
What when you go to settings in
What when you go to the settings and
I can't find settings in StreamYard.
are you on your phone or a PC?
you're on your phone or on PC?
Right.
If you're on a PC, it's down here.
If you're on
No,
a PC,
I
it's
have got
down
that.
here.
Oh yeah, settings. Got it. Audio.
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 Right, default microphone. Echo cancellation.
Yes.
Yes.
They are.
It's already ticked.
Oh.
It's already ticked, mate. Mic, default microphone, general webcam. Speakers, default speaker, audio pro. Stereo audio,
Should be
echo
alright.
cancellation
Yes,
will be off.
it'll be all right.
Automatically adjust microphone. Yeah?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, you're in the show. That's strange. Virtual background.
You
Camera.
see, I should be able to. I really want
be able to
headphones. Still be able to do.
Still be able to do.
Yeah. Very strange.
It
I'll
is.
turn it down a little smidge.
It is.
Let me see
Uh,
the as well.
uh,
Right, I'm down on 3 now.
Okay, let's try that.
Okay, let's try that.
Nope, got it.
I'm down on
No,
3.
got it.
So, audio speaker symbol, right click.
Audio speaker symbol, right click and sound.
Right, see, even you're now reverberating with me. Yeah. How strange is this?
We had this problem last time you came up.
We had this problem last time you came up.
Yeah. Hang on. I think I may have. Hang on. I think I may have a semi solution.
Look, I don't care if you've got a semi.
Look, I don't care if you've got a semi.
Hang on, bear with me a second.
In fact, yeah.
Right.
Max, go join Beaky in Discord.
Hang on, how's that?
I'll find out now when I talk.
Oh, that's quiet. That's quiet, but you're still there.
Right, okay, hang on. How about now?
I'll be blue burns over the white cliffs of Dover.
Okay, well, what about that now?
Well, we're still getting the Dover song through, and I heard that word for word.
I'm still on.
that word for word.
Right, well, I've gone onto the Audio Pro site, and I've turned it down. Right, if I do it all the way down here, you can't hear me, can you?
I can hear you. I just heard you say that.
I can hear you. I just heard you say that.
Right, so if I put it down here,
Yep, still hearing you.
that shouldn't really echo or reverberate.
Well, I heard you perfectly fine. I sound like I'm underwater from your mic.
Well, the microphone's way over there now.
Yeah, he's barely picking me up.
It's a very sensitive microwave. Microphone.
Yeah, very sensitive
Right, I'll
microphone.
turn the speakers down to half.
He must be called Karen or something.
I think what it's doing is reverberating from the microphone to the speakers and the speakers to the microphone. But
Yeah,
the
you definitely get the
microphone is
feedback.
now 6 foot away from me.
All right, so Buzzard's saying he's thinking it's your microphone sensitivity.
Yeah, I've just seen that. Yeah, I've turned it right down. I've turned it down to 3.
And that's helping. That's
What I've
helping.
also done is the speakers I've got. I've turned it down to half.
Well, you're using bleeding monitors, that's why. Monitors are just
Well,
going to
it's not my fault.
blow everything up.
Speakers, is it? And they're very
Well,
loud.
yeah. If you had cheap, crappy little TV speakers like me, where you were forced to use a crappy headset, we wouldn't be having this problem.
Yeah, they're all right, fine, fair enough. I understand. Christ almighty, mate. £300 moving speakers.
Okay, it's my fucking 15 quid set of headphones.
Yeah, and it's me going to this guy tomorrow for another £1.
Yep.
Stop all this crap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you can go online and it works.
No, God.
Well, I tell you what,
Anyway,
this is 3 hours I've been at this.
exactly got a
Not
lot of
this big.
Yeah, you haven't got a lot of painting done, have you?
I've actually got a lot more than I expected to do because I've done, because all the scouts needed recontrasting, just to fill in all the gaps at the spray mist. So they've all been recontrasted. They've had a chance to dry. I've dry brushed ivory over 10 of these snipers. I've contrasted the cloaks for the snipers. I've tone dry brushed all the cloaks. So he's done.
Yeah, I can see the edge highlighting.
He's done.
Yeah, I can see all the edge highlighting.
That's just dry brushing.
Yeah, it's edge highlighting.
No, it's sloppy edge highlighting.
Yeah, well.
So I've done that on all them. And re-gone over black over where's needed because a lot of them were actually more white and ivory than they were black, and they're supposed to be black armor. So I've gone back over them with black as well. I've done a bit of painting. I've done a bit of talking. I usually more talking as usual than all I do because I do a lot of talking.
Fried chicken, seeking some sort of fried chicken.
Oh, you bugger! Right. I am going to go for a cigarette because I'm really, really feeling it now after 3 hours. I'm actually starting to get sweats.
Well, go and have a ciggy.
I'll go and have a ciggy. What I'll do is I'll take the camera off.
Yeah.
and leave that one up and running. If you want to sit there criticising my painting methods, feel free.
I'm not going to criticise anything, mate.
Although that cloak is looking pretty damn good, seeing as it's only had a dry brush and a contrast.
Yeah. Cool.
He needs another dry brush so I can bring him to this level, which is the same thing. It was a dry brush, it was contrast, and then it was a light dry brush over the top just to tone it down a bit. Otherwise, it was a bit too much.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he was looking more like this fucking thing. And she's like, yeah, that's a bit too bright of a green, that. And yes, that is an old fantasy arc. Who recently got his head staved in D&D. Oh, he did. He got absolutely trounced. He got annihilated. I threw this bugger in against him.
Oh, that's good.
No, this is just a standard war boss.
Oh, it doesn't count.
No, he's much smaller than Gaskell. Gaskell's like friggin' that big compared to him. He's like,
Yeah,
he's massive.
but you just immediately see it.
He's like Terminator size of him. But yeah, they made mincemeat out of him as well. So I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. I thought, I know. War boss. Closed confined space where they can't get away from him. He's going to smash him to pieces. Nope. They kick fuck out of him. Wizard turned into a great big giant ape and just smacked him to hell. Buggers. Yeah. It does. Right, I shall be back in about 5-ish moments, people. If there's anyone still here, excellent. If not, thank you for joining me. I'll find out in a minute.
Guys, I'm still eating Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Awesome.
Right, Discord. Well, I'm supposed to find you, Beaky. So, Beaky, how am I supposed to find you on Discord? Because you're not friends with me. Oh. Well, that's that. I'm in general voice chat. In the Crusader. For who? Because I don't think I'm in Laz's Discord. To be honest. Chapter Master Valvic. Liam Dempsey, Simon Dan, Sprue and Glue. Hellstall Warm Game, Twisted Dice, Tabletop Titans. So. Oh, the Eclectic Crew, right. So it's EB. Right. Here we go. Right, hang on. General Buzzard. There you are, Dave Pot. Alright, lad. Right, found you. No, this is spot on. No, this is spot on. In fact, actually. Yeah, it's reverberating off the speakers.
There's a 2-3 second delay from what Laz says. It's hitting you and it being repeated back from your mic.
Yeah.
So as a watch the screen, it's very awkward to listen, watch, and follow.
I know.
So it'd be a good idea if you could sort this out. Now, what I was going to say is, if you go down to the right hand side of your PC on the bottom, you'll see where the audio speakers, headset, earphones,
Yeah, you mean user settings?
if you right click it, you should see open sound settings.
Alright, output device. Hang on. You talking about
Well, it's open sound settings. What Windows are you on? Windows 10?
where? Right, got voice settings. Right, it says input device, general webcam. Hang on, click on the deafen.
Bottom of my taskbar, and I'll look down on the bottom right of the top.
Right, well I've got noise suppression powered by Crisp. Yeah. Right, well I've got the microphone. And it says mute, but if I turn on it, it says input device, voice activity, input volume, voice settings. Right, voice settings, input volume, output volume. Let's check. Right, so I know the microphone is about 3-4 foot away from me now. Right, the output volume should come down, shouldn't it? Oh, hang on, you got dead quiet. Output
So you're on
volume.
a desktop microphone, are you?
It's a webcam with a.
Yeah, if you turn that volume down, the output, knock it down by half of what it is and just keep talking to me.
Right, so I'm on 100% now. I'm now bang on 50%. And then the output volume is on 29.
Ooh, 29. Ah, crap. I'm fucking brushing the floor again. I can start that back up now and change that background. That's better. I can actually see what the fuck I'm doing now. Oh, where did I put them? See, I only got so much prepared out, so I'm kind of at a limit to what to do because all the other stuff's stuffed away down there. So all my gun metals and everything that I could be doing with are all hidden. So yeah, just promote another channel for a second. Joey Edibles, in case anyone's not seen it, go to Square Table Degenerates. Pardon me.
Did you go and meet him?
I met him at the airport. Then we went over to Yorkshire.
Yeah. I missed him in Liverpool.
You missed it. It was a flying visit, as far as I know, in Liverpool, because he was going from Yorkshire to Liverpool to get on John Lennon Airport and then straight over to Ireland.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't,
it would have been really nice. Now you've been here, haven't you? You've been here, haven't you? Now how good would that have been for him to come?
It would have been nice actually, because
just look at Liverpool from our gap.
A brushing motion is by paint of Citadel that the figures are quiet colours. How dare you? It is not only by Citadel.
Oh, you cheat! Speed paint.
Army painter as well.
Hey, army painter ones as well.
Yeah.
Almost as bad as miniature hobbyist. Yeah.
Almost. I tried his sprue goo thing, but it didn't fucking work for me.
No, have you seen what he's doing now, painting the models?
It's that slap chop.
Is that slap chop?
Slap chop.
Yeah, what the
It
fuck's that
bloody
all about?
works.
Yeah, what the fuck's that all about?
It seriously, mate, it bloody works.
No, said that.
Honest. You want to see the way the models come out?
I've seen a few of them. They do look all right, but
Yeah.
They do look alright, but
But he's doing a chess set at the moment. But he's
all
doing
right, Matt. That's fine. I know that quote. I know what that is from June, and June is a fantastic book. You're not showing any age there, mate. June is timeless. But yeah, and some of them look all right for that minute. They do. That they do, and it's the 3 foot rule essentially. If you can hold it like there, like 3 foot away, and it looks good, then it's good enough. But there's some of them is like I'd rather be able to bring some of them up close and actually go, oh right, yeah, that's actually been very well painted. That's why I'm practicing on scouts and slowly putting bits on characters as they get better. It's also why I'm doing this dry brush zenithal. Because I tried it with a rattle can and it just didn't work. Maybe because I'm just not good at it. But still, yeah, didn't work for me. So I brush. Oh, go on. Mars, you can answer that one because I haven't got a fucking clue. Matt White, Scouse Trivia. In fact, I'll just highlight the message. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Oh, boom. There's supposed to be what's them twigs that the doves, you know, the white doves. You come with them twigs.
What, the olive branch?
What's that?
What, the olive branch?
The olive branch. That's what it is.
Is it?
Believe it or not, 3 of them were built, but there's only 2 up.
Ooh, I did not know that.
The other one's in the bottom of the actual live building.
Oh, cool. So there you go. Scouse Trivia passed, I believe, Matt. I hope so, anyway.
Okay.
Helps having a Scouse for a with it.
Right. There are 2 6-sided clocks in the world.
Oh, apparently you were wrong. It's not an olive branch.
Oh, it's all right. Don't worry. I know what he's up to.
Well, good job you do, because I haven't got a fucking clue.
2 6-sided clocks in the world. There's only 2.
How would you have 6-sided clocks? What's the point in a 6-sided clock? 4 sides should be enough, shouldn't it?
Nope. It's got a very specific reason.
Is that so you can see it at every direction?
Yes. But for why and who?
I have no idea.
Right.
Why the fuck would have a 6-sided clock? And what the hell? And if they've not got an olive branch in the beaks, what is it they've got? Oh, fuck, back into the camera shot.
Right. There's 2 places in the world that have 6-sided clocks. One, you've seen it, you div pot, when you went down the front. It doesn't matter where you enter the Mersey, you can always see the side. Yeah.
Ah. So there's one in Liverpool.
As you're going down the river, you can always see what time it is going up or down the river. The other one is in Leningrad. Yes, it's seaweed. Yes.
Ah.
It's got a weird name. It is seaweed, but it's, yeah.
So the liver bird has seaweed in it.
Seaweed. But it's got some kind of weird. It's seaweed mixed with something. What is it?
Well, according to Matt, it's to make laver bread.
To make what?
Laver bread.
I know it's seaweed, but it's mixed with something.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna have to.
Right.
Between you and Matt, you're gonna have to tell me about this. I've got no idea.
Right. Yeah. I've just spotted it. Seaweed, as in what you make lava bread. Yeah, lava bread from. As in pool, you collect lava from Liverpool.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what he says there.
Something to do with seaweed and something else. It had something to do with an ingredient. Well done, sir. Well done.
Yeah. I like learning things on my streams, and thank you very much for joining us, Matt. I believe this is the first time you've come up to see us. Thank you very much.
And Matty's showing his age.
No, he's not. As I said,
Who's
June
the oldest?
timeless.
Go on, who's the oldest?
Probably you.
Let's see who dares to say it.
It's you. We know it's you.
Well, I'm 54. I'm 54.
Definitely beat me. I've not even turned 40 yet. And I won't be doing that until next year.
Yeah, well, life's full of complications, mate.
Yeah, I've got to make it to 40 first. If I keep insulting my missus the way that I do every now and again on stream, I don't think I'm going to make it that long.
Sure, the outline of the corpse on. I mean, come on. Jesus.
Oh, you're getting it tonight.
Oh, Santa doesn't ever get it. You know why Scouts kids don't get any presents at Christmas? Because we nick all the presents off Santa.
Yep. Every fucking one of these is on the naughty list.
Doesn't even have a sled. We'll nick it. Hey, here's another cracker. Another stupid joke.
O levels instead of GCSEs, so you're gonna be around about 45, 46.
O levels.
O levels instead of GCSEs.
Right, well, I've got 10 O levels and 4 A levels.
Well,
I left school in 86. So, the last year would probably be cripes. 86 I left.
Fuck, I was 3.
As well as O levels. And then he moved them to GCSEs. I would say that's about 86 I left. I would say 92.
Oh.
92.
My oldest sister did O levels. My other sister did GCSEs. And there's only like 8 years between all three of us.
1969, Matt.
69, fucking hell.
Decimal coins came in 71. Yeah, decimal coins came in 71.
I'm sure they were doing O levels after that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I was at 86 when I left school. My A levels. Well, I done my O levels at 85, I done my A levels at 86. And then did pot here, went and joined the bloody army. With all that bloody lot behind me.
Oh, nice. Well, at least he got you something. He got you some discipline, he got you some training.
Well, yeah, it got me something. It got me stupidity.
Well, they beat that into you, don't they? So.
Yeah, no.
Dry brushing these things. Oh, don't stick to the fucking desk, you twats.
So 71 decimal coins. I done me O levels in 85, A levels 86. So I reckon O levels finished in 90. I think that is my best guess.
71. You were right.
No, don't get him. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Isn't that something different, Liverpool?
Here's a good one for you. Right.
Go on.
In the original books and the illustrations of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, what colour were the Uncle Lumpers?
I've never read Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Neither have I read Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator.
I did not know this until I read the illustrated version, an original one. And the colour of the Uncle Lumpers were actually, yes, you're close there, Matty. Yeah, they were black brown. Because of all the controversy with human rights and black people, etc., they had to come up with a neutral colour. So they
just fucking orange.
Fucking orange.
Yeah, seriously. It was like, well, obviously, you know, black people, brown people, whatever you want to bloody call them. I'm not particularly arsed. I don't care whether you're fucking black, white, brown, purple, or fucking green. But society deemed that you couldn't have black, brown, fucking Oompa Loompas. So they turned them orange. So it was a neutral colour.
How is that a neutral colour? We actually have orange people now.
Well, that's called suntan beds. Fake tan.
Exactly.
So we're supposed to, like, you know, the people who put fake tan on, right, they're going to come up with a card saying, oh, you can't do that because we're orange. Oh, come on. Be realistic, boys and girls. It's getting
complaining about orange.
Seriously, it is literally getting ridiculous. You can't do anything now. Seriously. Out comes the card.
You're all right. This is my channel that's going to get fucked. Anything happens.
The movie Oompa Loompas or Donald Trump's minis.
Very fucking close, especially with that haircut.
Oh my God, what's he doing about it? He wants to get fucking power, doesn't he?
Of course he does.
When I talked about 4 or 5 mates over in America, and he's running for president again.
Yeah, because he thinks he got gypped out of it last time.
Yeah, have you seen some of the statements he comes up with?
Oh, he's hilarious.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, unbelievably funny sometimes.
Well, I don't care what the man says, what the man does.
Yeah. I very, very rarely get into politics or religion. Again, causes too much arguments and too many wars. But Donald Trump is just hilarious. God knows what's going on. What's her name? Truss?
Oh, no, she won't be lasting long. I don't think she'll see out the end of the year.
There's freaking mayhem everywhere. God knows what's going on with her. I don't even watch the news. Don't even look at it. It's just when I go out and go to the pub and people are talking, I'm like, hey, yeah, this is what happened. Like, he's joking. No.
I tend to avoid the news because it makes me angry.
Oh, mate, I don't think I've watched the news or any type of thing like that.
Oh, that's a metal one.
Ooh, it's heavy.
Yeah.
Hey, is that where the word heavy metal come from?
Possibly.
You know, when you used the word in back in the day, it was heavy metal. I wonder if that's where it come from.
What, from the blister pack models?
Yeah, but I mean, it's made out of metal. So is that where the heavy metal scene come from? Yeah.
I should imagine so.
Yeah, I've got a Grey Knight Arvin Stern. He's 22 years old. I want to see the bloody detail on him.
He's about the same age as him, then.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how, yeah. I bought that Arvin Stern for £2.50. And it cost me £3.20 to post.
Fucking would cost you more to fucking post than it would because of the weight of the bastard thing. Oh, that's Trump is a Robin Scott. I'm alright. Well, a lot of people over here.
Are you trying to interpret Scouts there, Matt?
How many people actually remember what he did up in Scotland a decade ago?
Oh, what did he do up in Scotland when was it playing golf?
Well, he made a golf course, didn't he? But there was that guy who didn't want to sell his land.
That was it, yeah.
So he just slowly cut off his water, cut off his electricity, cut off everything. No amenities, no nothing. Just basically forced the guy he had to move because if you want to drink water, then you got.
Yeah, because he was the laird of the land.
Yep.
Yeah, he was the laird of the land. And the guy was paying him peppercorn rent or something. I mean, how daft is that?
Oh, no.
I mean, that's what you call
ridiculous.
Stupidity at best.
But yeah, Trump did a lot of horrible shit to a lot of horrible people. He did a lot of horrible shit to a lot of nice people as well.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, he was a businessman and he did everything for profit.
That's all he is a businessman.
It is, but in politics these days, that's pretty much what you're getting.
Oh, the politics today, mate. I'm not even going to go anywhere. I can talk about Ukraine all day, every day. I watch so much stuff. It's a joke.
Ukraine.
I listen to the conversations. I listened to 3 conversations this morning. One was from a Russian guy in the trenches. And he was ringing his girlfriend up. And she said, oh my God, are you okay? He said, yeah, I'm alive. She goes, oh, okay. When are you coming home? He said, I haven't got a clue. He said, we haven't had any food or water for 2 days. We're surrounded. We're getting shelled every hour. There was, I think he said 90, and there's only 3 of them left. There's no bosses. You don't know what to do. And she's like, oh my God, he goes, I don't know what to do. And then the conversation ended. And the next one was another Russian soldier. And I think it was his mum. And this is another part of Ukraine. And she's like, oh, hello, you okay? Yeah. Oh, there's been loads of news that you're doing all this and you're doing all that. And you're like, you're fucking joking, aren't you? He said, we're getting fucked. Literally, he turned around and said, we're getting fucked every day. He said, we've been told, we dug in last night at 12 o'clock. And at 1 o'clock, we had to move 15 kilometres back, dig in again. So he said that was about 4 o'clock. And then he said, we got told again, we're going to move another 10 kilometres back and dig in. And then he went, well, where's all my food? You know, everyone was moaning about food. And he went, oh, it's on its way, it's on its way.
Yeah, bullshit.
He said, we haven't had anything to eat for 3 days. I'm starving. And then the phone went dead. Seriously, the fuck? And then the last one was about, there was something like 8 fellas left in the cellar. From like 180. And then all these new conscripts started turning up.
Without any fucking food to feed them. That's good.
Every other man had a gun. Every other man had a gun. None of them had a helmet. And it was just a joke. And he just turned around and said to him, "See over there?" And he went, "Yeah." He said, "There's the Ukrainians. They're literally 200 yards away. Drop your weapons, your ammo, and walk over the road, and you'll be treated nicely." And he did.
Yep. Go get a fucking butty, go get a scran, get a nice kit. Fuck it.
Yeah, unbelievable. And yet these 8 didn't want to move out the bloody cellar. So what's that about? 25 conscripts, he said, and said, "Don't even fucking bother with us, boys. Just go over there, put your hands up." And yet they were sat in the bloody cellar. They should have just got up and bloody... But they were the 3 conversations. How daft is that? And that was yesterday. In 3 different areas.
You'll be getting more than that you don't even hear about.
Right, Matt, what have you wrote? Liverpool was at the other end of the semaphore telegraph tower chain coming from Nollyhead. Yes, ships signalled their cargo shores. To the trades in Liverpool due to change in prices. Yes.
Yeah, hike 5% on top.
The New Brighton Tower was part of that. And
that big
used the Welsh castles to help the ships come in along the coast. Then they had to drop them. They had to take the New Brighton Tower down because the German bombers were using it as a pinpoint to attack the docks.
Yeah, look for that tower, then go bomb near that.
Yeah, the New Brighton Tower was a miniature version of Blackpool Tower. So the absolute nth, it was literally an exact replica of Blackpool Tower, but a quarter the size.
Yep, checking that.
Because on top was a big red light, and they took the light off. And he still used the bloody tower, so they took the tower down. Which is a shame.
Yeah, it is, but at the end of the day. Have a good night, Buzzard. You have a good one. I'll probably speak to you tomorrow, mate.
Take care, Buzzard. You have fun, mate.
I usually catch him up on the Discord. Except for when I come up here, of course. I've not been like near enough a month since I've been up. This is where the lazy mini painting comes in. It's not that I'm lazy to paint, it's just that I usually don't remember to set my fucking cameras up or get enough paints out or do enough to actually warrant coming up on stream. Because I fuck around that
much. Lash. Fuck around. Yes. Me and Andy, we just bought, we're in the process of buying 2 new 3D printers. We got 1,800 quid worth of printers. It's an Ender Pro, and I can't remember the other one. They're both wire fed.
Filament.
Skull. Filament. Yeah, the filaments. But they can print a skull, like a human skull. That's how big the printers are.
Filaments usually are. They've got a bigger because they feed.
Yeah, what the guy's done is he's extended the plate and heightened the printer. Also, as well, he's put extra memory in and all this kind of stuff on the 2 of them. And he showed us what he printed off was a Terminator head. You know the Terminator?
Yeah, the T100.
About 8 inches tall. T100. Yeah, it stood about 8 inches tall. It took 26 hours. Yeah, but it took 26 hours to print.
Well, it will
But
do. Huge.
you want to see it? It looks absolutely stunning. It just needs painting. You know what I mean?
See,
But that's how big the printer is. Well, that's just one of them. I mean, I've got the Eddie Cubic Mono. That's quite cool.
well, one of my brother-in-laws has just given me other brother-in-law a Mars Elegoo Pro. Which I'm yet to get a chance to try out.
Actually, Matt, Lobscouse was actually invented by the Swedish. That's why it's called Lobscouse. It was invented by the Swedish, and they brought it over to Liverpool. It's basically, to be honest, Scouse is just basically, I mean, you just talk about stew.
Yeah.
But in the old
Potatoes,
days,
carrots,
we
onion.
used what's called scrag end. It's called scrag end. It was the cheapest piece or pieces of lamb and goat you could buy.
Yeah, just pile it all up with your spuds.
And then later it became lamb.
My dice. Sorry, I'm just answering to. Do you want to see the D6 or do you want to see the rest?
I do indeed to justify my dice habit.
Also, show us your dice, please.
Matty, I play D&D. I've got two.
That's
two
just
parties,
D6.
two adventures. Oh yeah.
I've got 10 sets of D&D dice. Which I can't actually remember where the ones that I use are.
It's called getting old, mate.
You could put it down to that, I suppose. There's other things that I would put it down to.
Mm-hmm.
He does, Matt. He has custodes. Oh shit, that was my heating pipes. Where the fuck have I put my dice?
Yes, he does, Matty. He's got a custodies.
Yeah, it's a fairly decent sized force as well, as what if I remember rightly. Somewhere around the 2.5, 3,000.
I'm on 2 different types of, I suppose you call them adventures or challenges, whatever you want to call it.
Campaigns.
We're doing one called Acquisitions Incorporated. I'm a level 7 elf magic user fighter. On the other one, I'm a level 3 cleric.
You see, I like clerics.
Although I think next week we're going to get leveled up to 4, which should be funny. I need to get to 5 to get more spells.
Oh, what? Let's see. I'll just move some of these out of the way for a minute. You go back over there with you lot. You lot haven't been done yet, so you can go there. Let's see. Where's my current party? We have Ella Sparkles, the gnome bard. We have Eric, the barbarian. We have Ia, who's the Tabaxi rogue. We have, where's Varys? Is it Varys? Yeah, Varys, the necromancer. Which is not too bad. And finally, we have Isaiah Ack, who is the arcane trickster. Well, they are kind of all orphan dice. They've come from various different sets. Who had the green flame? No one's got a green flame. That's a green cloak on that lady. Zach has what is essentially Flame Tongue and Whisper. Yeah, no one's got any green flame. So nice dice box again. Yeah, but there's lots of difference. I mean, I've got my Conquest dice in there. These weird black speckly ones. They've only got one of these blue ones. Various fucking white ones that are coming around. Blue ones, clay ones. A good old scatter dice, which you don't get to use anymore. Well, I'm the DM for my lot, which is why I don't have a character. Let's see. Got the daughter, my missus, my mate, and my mate's daughter. Why is that just lost everything? Lost my phone. Yeah. So yeah. Let's change that back over now because for some reason it won't put me up and nobody wants to see my face that big. So yeah. Those three are my family members.
Matt.
Who are friends.
I'm playing Acquisition Incorporated.
Right, okay.
Just built our own mansion, and we have a cider producing. We also have a pub, and we also have a blacksmith that works for us.
They've not got that far yet because the wizard keeps borrowing all the money off people to pay for these spells. So the party's skint.
Oh, we're always skint. As soon as we get back into town, I disappear off. My spells. They cost me. Well, actually, I've got another thing now. Where instead of 100 gold, it cost me 50 gold.
What's that for?
To add cantrips or first level, second, third level for spells.
Right, so you're doing it along your.
I can earn them as extra.
No, I'll give him spells. What he's got at the minute is he's got a dragon infused spellbook.
Oh, I've got my own little. Hey, that's a point. That's quite funny talking about dragons. I've got my own little golden dragon, and I'm the only one who can talk to it. Because it's all too iconic.
Well, all of them have a dragon spirit. All of them. The necromancer just happens to have the ancient copper spirit, who does not like necromancy. And he's the necromancer who's ended up with that soul as his little aid.
Actually, Matt, what's the 18?
The 18?
Yeah, it's Acquisition Incorporated. It's the actual Warhammer people themselves.
Acquisitions Incorporated. No, that's Chris. That's Chris. Whatever the fuck he's called, the writer of 3.5.
Yeah, it's Acquisitions Incorporated. You can do all kinds with it. We just rescued all these sailors off the beach, and we headed to the lighthouse, and we beat a necromancer. And now the sailors they're actually not sailors, we found out. They're actually pirates. And we've now actually got 3 pirate boats working for us.
Nice.
Just by beating the necromancer, which was bloody close. We're level 7. And it was hard work. But we eventually beat him. And they were eternally grateful. So they've now become part of Acquisitions Incorporated. So we now have, as I just said, 3 pirate boats working for us under their eternal gratitude.
Thanks for fucking saving us.
Yeah, mate. The amount of things you can do. I've acquired a set of basilisk scales. Now the stupid thing is, and because I'm a cleric, I'm allowed armor, but on my rolls, you'll never believe this, my armor class is at 19.
That's easy enough to get for a
Just
cleric.
by stupid rolls. Yeah, for a cleric. But
Yeah, easy.
if I manage to get this basilisk scale armor, so first of all, I've got to take it to the fucking magicians, you know, the mages, wizards, pay them a load of money to do something with them, and then take it to the blacksmith, and then he can make it into basilisk armor, which is almost like dragon armor, and that'll give me a +3 on the armor class.
Ooh, nice. You know what? My cleric
Oh, I know.
My cleric
starts at a 20 armor class at level 1.
20 armor class at level 1.
You're joking? Wow. Now that
Dwarf, hill dwarf,
Hill
full
dwarf,
heavy armor.
full heavy
He
armor.
can wear heavy armor,
He can wear
shield,
heavy armor, shield,
and he can bless himself for a +1 on his AC.
for a +1 on his AC.
I mean, I was absolutely amazed. I mean, we were sat there about, I don't know, 2-3 months ago, and we were all rolling for our characters, and I just rolled, and I got a 17, which is cool. And then after about a month, we walked into this room, and he said, "There's like a coffin or a tomb." Anyway, you know, so I said, "Yeah, I'll investigate." So I rolled a 19, opened it, and he said, "There's just another, you know, just like crap load of bones." So I turned around and said, "Ah, sod it. Can I do another investigation check?" And I rolled a nat 20, and he went, "Okay." So we went through this D100 table. So you could have got a stick, you know, a raspberry, you know, that kind of thing.
Or a Holy Avenger.
A +2 shield, which bumped me up to 19. I was like, "Oh, you bastard."
Because of those D100 tables, my necromancer's walking around with the robes of the Archmagi.
We've got one of the guys, one of the lads. What is it? It's a robe of all-seeing eyes, and it can see in 360 degrees in the dark up to 120 foot. And you cannot get surprised. You cannot do this. You cannot do that. And that was literally when Andy rolled the dice, he went, "Oh my God."
Yep.
Now this lad's only 14, and he's been playing D&D now with us for around 12 months. And he's really, really into it. And when he got given this, and Andy told him what it can do, and we all sat there and went, "You jammy bastard. Do you know how much it's worth?" Go on, yes, if he sells it.
6 grand, 7 grand.
7 grand.
You're joking. Nowhere near.
Oh shit, I just dropped a scout.
You're talking about 1.4 million gold. It's not a Wanzer item. It goes way above that, mate. It's like 1.5 million gold.
As I said, about 3,000 to 6,000, because that's how much one of my shops would offer him for it.
Honest, seriously.
If it's a piece of gear that good, they'll offer you a low price just to
it is. It's an absolute top-notch piece of equipment, but we leave him to it, you know, to use it. Every now and then, I sit next to him, And every now and then I go, write it on a piece of paper and slide it over to him to say something. You know what I mean? To the DM, because he's got the cloak. And you see his eyes light up. And he's quickly learning this robe. He's doing absolute serious damage to the DM. The DM's got to try and change his tactics all the time because of this bloody robe.
Well, I've had to do the same now because my barbarian has got a mace that deals 3d6 damage.
3d6 damage.
Oh,
Now, they can either choose to do that as blooded
You can either choose to do that as blooded
yeah.
or cold.
I've got a thing called Agonar's Scorcher or Sorcerer, fucking something like that. Right? And it does 6d8 damage flat plus 5.
Ooh, that's
That's
nasty.
some serious damage that.
Yeah.
And
But it's the third ability on this mace, on this hammer that does me in most, because it got a 2d6 and then you've got to pass a DC, whatever it is. Are you paralyzed for a turn?
Yeah. Well, if I cast this, right, let's say I roll my dice, D20.
Yep.
That's like 17. Yeah, that hits. Right, well, it's,
Most things, yeah.
68. 68 plus 5. Which is a shitload of damage.
Oh, aye. If you roll well, yeah.
And it's just.
I mean, it could work out at 11 if you roll badly.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, regardless, your average is going to be what, 30?
High 20s at least.
Ish. 6, 8 to 48, 53 damage max.
Yeah.
And then,
Plus your
11 minimum. So you're bashing in the middle somewhere, so you can do 26 to 34. That on average bloodies or kills. If bloodies or kills, you know what I mean?
Not in my games, it wouldn't.
Not in my game.
For instance, the Art War boss.
Yeah, well,
he had 300 HP.
That's why I said
300 HP.
Yeah, well, that's why I said when we were going up the lighthouse, it was on 7 levels, and each level was a nasty, we had to fight each one all the way up until we got to the necromancer.
At that point, you're half out of spells, no more rages left.
No more rages left.
Well, he killed 2-ish, you know what I mean? He had to go and lay the cleric's hands on and give him to like 2 hit points each back, which is a cantrip, so it's a piece of piss.
The dying, is it?
I used. Oh, what was it?
You're gonna make me go get my fucking player's guide now, aren't you? I think I might have used the hammer.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
You're the one who set us off at D&D, mate. Help me out on this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the spell was. I think it was 5d10.
As a cantrip.
And it was a level 2.
All right.
Level 3. 5d10. And let's say again 17 to it. Yeah. So it was 5d10. So, and this was a necromancer, and we've been fighting him for about 15, 20 minutes. And he turned around and said, would you like to tell me how you killed him? And I went, badly.
You see,
so I said, nah. I said, we were all like scooting around, he's firing firebolts and lightning arrows and doing this, and we were dodging. Friend of ours got hit straight in the chest. I went over and healed, because that was an action. So I was out the battle round because I was trying to get these 2 up so they could at least.
Cheers, man.
Yes, Matty. Hello. I know you're still here. So they still sort of fight in the battle round, you know what I mean? And then eventually they got both missed, which is quite cool. And finally it comes to me, and I done it. So he explained everything what was going on in the room and all that. And I think it was a burning flame, something like that. I put my palms together with my thumbs. I do the spell, and this massive sort of flame erupts from my hands and engulfs the person, and I burns him to a bloody cinder.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Oh yeah.
Most of
Well,
mine usually end up with the barbarian smashing his face into the ground.
Smashing his face into the ground.
Well, the barbarian was the one he had to heal.
They had to
sorry,
heal this.
no, it was the
They
paladin.
have to hear this.
No, it was the paladin.
Paladin can heal him fucking self.
He got nine. Yeah, he got whacked in 2 goes. You're like, there's a 24 in it. Yeah. Well, wait for it. You know, I think it was necrotic damage and necrotic damage or something. And it was like 68.
Yeah, that's.
And he
He
basically
rolls well as dropping a player.
literally in one go took him down to 4 HP. Dylan was sat there going, this is the young lad. And you can see his face almost going, you know, crying. That's no, don't worry about it, mate, sweetie. Don't you bloody shut up, mate, sweetie. I've got cure
Burning hands, that's the one.
Yeah, that's it. I said, I've got about 6 bottles of healing, you know, potion of healing here, so don't worry about it. Here, so I just
sticking them down your neck.
Back up. Now do what you need to bloody do. Roll at least all we have to do is roll a 14 and above to hit the necromancer. What did he roll? Natural 1.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I went, oh, for fuck's sake, Dylan. But didn't realise with his skills and his paladin, a natural 1 he's allowed to re-roll. What did he roll?
Natural 1. Oh, 2.
He rolled another natural 1. No, he rolled another natural 1. And we were like,
see, if he was a halfling, he could have re-rolled that, because you could re-roll all natural ones.
Re-roll all natural ones.
It's basically his face hit the floor like a sack of spuds, and he took his arm. He basically saw his arse, and I went, "No, it's all right, Dylan. Don't worry. You know, there's still plenty of us to go." Yeah, but you know, I was going to do this and I was going to do that with flood of your pros, and I said, "It's all right, mate. Don't worry."
Yeah.
You know,
you was going to wash the pots, but you pulled your pud instead. Don't worry, shit happens.
Yeah. Oh, it was so funny. The face on him, because he missed twice. But he had this. Look, it happens, mate. It's called life. You'll find that out as you get older.
The dice tell the story.
Shit happens. Yeah, shit happens. So anyway,
I should have fucking wiped them out with just one volley of shots, and it's just nope, miss.
Yeah.
Miss.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's like, oh, for God's sakes, I'm even targeting the lowest AC.
What is it, magic bolt or something like that? What is it? Is it magic bolt?
Well, you get magic missile, which never misses unless you're using shield.
That's it, magic missile. Right, well, I'm on 64 plus 4. So I can hit numerous. Yeah, I can hit numerous. But 64 plus 4. So I can put 2 in there, 2 in there, 2 in there, 2 in there. You know, that kind of thing.
And all it takes is a wizard with shield, and
I
it's
can't believe what Jeff done. This was the level before, and we had this. It was a troll or something like that. I said, I'm actually a missile because it was okay. Rolled, yeah.
I'm highlighting that one.
So I rolled it all, right? And he goes, "How would you like to tell me how you beat it?" And I went, "I was just literally ravaged them to death with darts." She didn't even have to do that. I said, "Why?" He said, "It was only on 1 hit point." You could have just hit him with your sword and killed him. And
Yeah,
you just wasted
splattered his face.
a bloody spell slot. I went, you bastard.
No, it's only a waste of a spell slot if it doesn't do what you want it to do.
Yeah, no, but it bloody did. But he was
Yep.
on 1 hit point.
Doesn't matter. You didn't know that.
Right, what's that, Matty? Seeing this woman's t-shirt. The 2D20 showed the 20 with the caption, yes, they're natural. Yes. There's another one, Matty, where it's like a picture of a pair of boobs. And it goes, yes, I know it's cold. Stop staring. And there's a t-shirt for the woman.
I prefer the joystick one, where the analog sticks are right over the, right over the boobs. That's a fun one. You always want to play. Right, come, get these fucking scouts dry brushed and zenithal, and I can call it a night. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I was thinking that, mate. I'm a bit tired myself.
I'm up in the morning, kids, etc. So, and my tablets are kicking in, so my painting's getting extremely sloppy.
Well, I took Christ, 8 gab of pence in and 6 tramadol today.
Oh, fucking hell. How used to look.
Anyway, the worst thing is, I've now got gout.
Oh, for fuck's sake, how have you raced?
What?
How have you raced to get gout?
God knows, mate. I haven't got a freaking clue.
Oh, shit, it's 5
Oh,
more.
mate, my foot is, every time I walk, it feels like someone's sticking a knife in. I went to the doctor to get tablets, and he gave me these shitty little tiny ones. Like 4 a day for 2 weeks. Still not gone. My foot is the size of a bloody balloon. So I'm going back to the doctor's tomorrow to make an appointment.
You're still in work till?
I'm still in.
I mean, what time is it over where you are, Matt? Because if you're saying it's 7:30, I'm going to guess you're not in the UK.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Exactly. So I'm going with states on that stateside with that one.
Well, what do you reckon? 7 hours behind.
So mid country, possibly West Coast.
Yeah, well, West Coast is 6 or 7. East Coast is 8. So.
No, East Coast is 5. West Coast is 6 or 7. East Coast is closest to us than the West Coast.
Yeah, so 6 hours. 1, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. I reckon 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock at night. Maybe 6 o'clock, depending on where he lives.
Well, he's going for
an 8 hour. Right, I'm working till 7:30. So that's an 8 hour. So he's on the West Coast, I think. Somewhere around there, don't you, Matty?
Somewhere over on
somehow.
California.
California. Yeah, California.
Somewhere near Nevada, maybe. In Bingley.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give us a state on that one, mate, because I don't know where Bingley is. I suppose I could just fucking Google it and stop being a lazy bastard. But you've seen
the bloody old Bingley
channel. Yeah. We're all going on a look now, mate. We want to know where Bingley is.
That sounds like an English term. That sounds like an English sound. Bingley.
It does.
Like Burnley.
It does. It says West.
Bingley and Burnley. It's Yorkshire
town. You're on a night shift, right? Right, that makes more sense now. because I usually don't. Obviously, at this time, I usually don't get
Alexa,
British viewers.
where is Bingley in the UK?
Yorkshire.
Bingley, England is a town in the northern part of England. It is located 55.8 miles northeast of Liverpool, England.
Oh, that's why you know so much about bloody Scousers.
It's about the same. It's about the same distance
That's
away
why
from
it's
us I am.
55 miles away from Liverpool. Told you. Burnley.
I fucking
That's
tell
why
you
you
what.
know so much
Going
about
back through fucking Yorkshire is one thing I don't want to have to do again. That Sunday
Well,
coming back was
you're the
a
one who
pain in
lives
the ass. I don't live in Yorkshire.
You're the one who lives there.
I do not live in Yorkshire.
Far off the mark. Hey, you're not far off the line.
True, but I'm just as close to you as I am to Yorkshire.
Yeah. Biggest county in the country.
Yeah, true. It's north of me. It's fucking east of me. It's fucking everywhere next to me. But I had to come back through Leeds. I wasn't happy about that.
Ah, Liverpool Leeds Canal. Done that when I was a kid.
On I
Bingley
from Huddersfield up to Leeds,
Through
and
the
then
two
we train to
tunnels.
Leeds.
Oh, Bingley. Hang on. I think I've got it. Bingley. Isn't that the Bingley 5 rise? The 5 locks. Yes.
Oh, the ones that step.
After that. Yeah, there's 5 of them on top of each other. And you can only go one way and one way, you know, because of the way the water works. The Bingley 5 rise. That's what it is. I've done it.
You got there in the end, Ross.
I've done the Liverpool to Leeds. All 122 locks. What a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, rather you than me on that one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the Bingley 5 rise.
I
knew I did it. Yeah.
I'll fucking keep this
After
building.
that, you got the 2 tunnels. That you can only go one way at certain times and one way at another time through the tunnels. And they're a bit of a bugger actually, because they literally, with a canal boat, it's yes, the 5 rise locks. Yeah, I knew I was right. Nice.
Don't fucking float his head, Matt. Don't float his head. He's bad enough as it is.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Cheeky git.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Hey, come on, it's not my fault.
No,
Just
I
because
blame
I've
the
been
army.
there.
No, I don't.
I blame my mum and dad. Actually, I can't blame my dad anymore because he's dead.
You can still blame him. You still got your genetics.
Well, actually, he's actually not my dad.
Well, you can blame him then for
Not my
nurturing.
biological father. No, he's not my biological father.
Nurture over nature then. Blame him for that.
Yeah, but you want to see my dad? He was a bit of a bastard. I mean, come on, I was 12.
I'll give it a miss if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, I'm going to stop it. I don't want to talk about that.
See, it was a 40k stream. We've gone from D&D to politics and a bit of religion. And
No, stop politics, religion, and family. Causes way, way too many arguments, dude.
yeah, we've had all fucking 3 on there tonight so far.
Hey?
40k clubbing skipped in the broadcast. Actually, you'll probably know more about this than I do, Maz, because you follow a lot more YouTubers than I do for 40k. Skipton group. I'll bring it up just in case you're wondering what the fuck I'm talking about. See, because I don't get out that much, I've only just found out about Fan by 3 doing a 40k tournament this weekend. They did it last weekend, and I had no idea about it. So yeah, I didn't even know there was a skipped and group image through the YouTube channel. I don't even know what that one is. I'm going to bring it up. Right, I'll hide that one again. That could be used for a lot of different parts of the country. This country, in fairness. What's for Father's Day? Yesterday, your mum goes out and looks for a new dad for you. She don't come back with one, but she's usually pissed when she does. Ah, come on, I keep forgetting. Get this fucking thing in the camera shot. If it doesn't go in the camera shot, you can't see what the fucking painting. And this was a problem I had on Saga and Avocado stream the other night. There was 3 people painting, and not a single one of them showed you what they were painting. All you could see was the head down.
Right, dude.
Are you getting Oscars?
Yeah, I've got stuff to do in the morning.
No worries. I think this is my last model anyway to be dry brushing now.
Well, I was up at 6 o'clock this morning.
No, I wasn't. Fuck that.
Definitely. Good one, Matty.
You just got
The Seacombe slappers. Guys.
You have a good night, Mouse.
Yeah, I'll speak to you soon, okay, mate?
You will do, mate. You've got my contacts whenever you're ready.
Calm down. Right, lads.
Oh,
I'll speak to you soon, okay?
Yep.
What have you done?
I've just got
yeah. Get the super glue out.
Fuck the super glue. I've got plastic glue there. And this is a plastic one. Just make sure I've got a bit of bare plastic there.
It's like the $6 million man. We can rebuild you.
Yep. Don't
right. Lash.
Have a good night, mate.
I'll speak to you soon, okay, mate?
Yep. Speak to you soon. And let's get this.
Glad to see you. I've got to go. Got to be up early in the morning. Probably another 6 o'clock. Lash, you have fun. Matty,
well.
Wonderful to see you. You all take care.
Thank you for calling up, Mars.
Oh, don't worry about it, mate. I'll see you soon.
Don't forget, Poundland, pair of headphones.
I know. I've already wrote it down.
It's not even like you have to. Don't need expensive ones. You just need ones that stop the sound coming out too loud.
Yeah. Right. Let me click the X. This tab is using your camera or microphone. Okay. So
you've got to leave StreamYard first. There we go. So now we're back down to me. Thank you very much, Matt, for coming to join me this evening. I don't recognise your name though. Is this the first time you've been to view me, or am I just being a forgetful git? I'm also realised that I'm actually no idea on what's going on because I can't read the YouTube chat until about 3 minutes, about a minute or two later. Oh, come on. Just stick, you fucker. Right, you're just gonna have to wait now. you're going to be close enough. So that's good. So I've got all the scouts with snipers now been done. With the cloaks anyway, and dry brush. I've just got to go through all the contrast black and the blue shoulder pads. Then I've got a blue shoulder pad, all the fucking others. Gee. It's going to be fun. Once they've been blue shoulder padded, it's redding up the guns, bolt gun metaling. I mean, he's going to be an ass. Just him on his own. He's just going to be a complete swat to do. Because he's a metal model, he's got all the bits already stuck on him. So he's got all the wires, all the grenades, all the pouches, all the little extra. I mean, why is he carrying bullet clips around his leg? Really? I don't understand it. But doing well so far. So that's the start of 10th Company. Although my camera's being an arse and not focusing. There we go. So that's the start of my 10th Company. 3rd, 4th, and 5th are nearly done. And I spent 4 hours doing what should have took me about an hour and a half. Oh well, I'm called lazy mini painting for a reason. I spend more time talking than I do painting. I understand that, but it's the only time I get painting. So thank you very much for coming to join me this morning, evening. In case people are watching in the future and to watch this back, 4 hours of me waffling crap, bit too much for some people, I know. But yeah, cheers for joining me, Matt, because that's helped me out a lot tonight. You got me through the last hour of that one. D&D talk. Nice quote from June there. Thank you very much. I do like that. That was fun. Although, have you seen the new June? That is a good film. I seriously, if you know the June story, watch the new June film because it's actually not a bad film. If you don't know the June story, stay the fuck away from it because you're gonna hate it. It's not very good if you don't know the story. But at that point, I am going to have to say goodbye. I have to be up in about 6 hours ish. So again, thank you for everyone who joined me in chat this evening, anyone who joins me in the future to watch it back. Don't think many people do, but if you do, thank you very much. And good night all. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your week and your shift, Matt. And enjoy your shift. Good luck with that one.